What's up, gamers? I hope everyone's doing pretty good. Just registered for the closed beta. We'll see if I can actually get into that. That'd be freaking awesome. We're gonna do our new player tournament stuff, of course, as soon as people start dropping replays, though. Nobody's actually dropped one into the chat yet, so until then, I've actually got a couple of replays I kind of want to show off here that I played in a tournament the other day. They're pretty entertaining. So, we'll go over number one here. This is definitely a pretty rollicking game here. Just a nice face-off between Khorne, Tomb Kings. It's been a Tomb Kings favored matchup for a little while now. It swings back and forth a little bit. There's definitely a little bit of stuff that you need to do as Khorne to kind of dominate this matchup. And one of the best things you can do is just go for a nice little infantry carpet out the gate. You need to go a little bit wider than you normally would as Khorne here. And bring in a ton of infantry is one way to keep costs down. And just get bodies out on the field, because you really need to be able to lock down the objectives against Tomb Kings, because you can't use mobility very effectively against the Tomb Kings early on to hold points, because the Skeleton Horse Archers, they can just throw these guys out in huge numbers. And they just absolutely stomp throwing axes. And throwing axes have a lot that they need to grind down. Particularly like the Sphinx of Uzkef, or like Cetra, or in this case even Khalida. They're pretty accurate. They can hit a reasonably tall model like this pretty well. Provided, of course, they get, you know, the opportunity to, and they don't get poked to death by skellies. So, skeletons are just hitting the horsemen here in the trees, but I'm just going to keep them back and away from the worst of it. Over here, the Forsaken get absolutely walloped by that first Chosen of the Gods volley, so I'm going to hold them up in the trees here, and I'm waiting for the halberds to advance forward. We've got most of our expensive infantry in the forest over here, grabbing cover. You know, doing what I can to avoid them getting shot to bits, and Khorne Gores are getting poked really hard by skellies here. So I'm going to send the Marauders up to try and start capping this objective. We got the outside, which is nice. Khorne Gore and a Marauder are chilling over here. And now that the Chosen of the Gods have kind of turned their attention to shooting something else, I pull the Forsaken in, but my opponent with a really good swap immediately back onto these guys. Just really hammering these poor Forsaken to death, but we do have a pretty good chance of capping this point now. I've got some horsemen on this, the halberds have waddled their way in, and we're going to start taking some frontline fights here. We've got Marauders moving up. They were just pushing back some Skeleton Horse Archers, but now they're in on Skeleton Spearmen, which they do beat pretty firmly. It's one of the nicer things about the Khorne Marauders in this matchup is that they do match up very well against the cheapo infantry and can really manhandle them. Now, a bit of a scary situation for me back here. I landed Valkia. I really should not have, to be quite honest. I thought my opponent would get a little antsy in the front line and keep some of his big stuff back here, but instead the Sphinx immediately peels off to go after Valkia. I popped Demon Shield for the beginning of the engagement, but now my opponent hitting her with a beautiful net of aim and talk right as I think I'm going to squeak her out of this fight. Khalida and the Sphinx are all over her, doing some big damage, so I desperately throw my Khorne Gores in to try and take advantage of my opponent's lack of coordination with his front line. He doesn't really, I mean, to be fair, he doesn't really have much in the front line to cover against all my infantry pushing through. This is one of the more important things that you need to cultivate as a skill, especially in matchups where you're outnumbering your opponent with infantry, but they have a lot of really annoying, like, missiles and, like, skirmish cav and whatnot. Don't get stuck back here fighting all these skeletons with your good units. Just leave your cheap stuff back here to kind of grind them down. They either win or they don't. If they don't win, it's not that big of a deal. This whole time, I'm starting to hold a triple cap. And I've got the halberds up in a position where they can really start to threaten the most important units that my opponent has. Now, Valkia is getting smashed up a little bit. The Korngor unit here has really not done a tremendous amount. But they provided enough buffering that I'm able to get my Skull Crushers forward. They get a little caught up on some spears right now, but not too fussed about it because the Marauder Horsemen throwing axes are getting some good shots in here on the Sphinx regardless. And I've got a Chaos Warrior Halberd waddling in now to go after the Ushabti and the Sphinx. Which is looking pretty scary, but at least I've got something anti-large nearby for my throwing axes to just kind of sit near and force my opponent into a really awkward fight. The Ushabti are getting chewed up really badly by the Halberds now. It does not take much for Halberds to chew up Ushabti. They actually massively outstat them. They just got like a ton of melee attack and really solid melee defense for a Halberd unit. Over here, Skull Crushers. Khalida overextends a little bit into Valkia. Now Valkia's just been stuck on the ground this entire time. She really hasn't been able to get back up in the air. But that's fine by me. The Skull Crushers are going to sit in here. My opponent with a really nice Ushabti summon, the Realm of Souls Ushabti coming in. Doing what they can to try and bail my opponent out here. Scarlet Armor, I'm trying to get charged up, but it's just taking a good long while to get the 50 kills to maximize the intensity. So it's been a bit slow going here, but regardless, we've still got the good engagement against Khalida. Our Halberds are doing a great job of boxing out my opponent's stuff. A lot of Skeleton Horsemen have been going down here. They did push off my throwing axes, which is a little unfortunate, but not the end of the world because of the Skull Crushers being in here and just doing so much work already. I mean, they've really helped to force Khalida into this pocket where she just can't quite push out of in time before she gets absolutely destroyed by Valkia, and then a little bit of nibbling from the Hounds of the Blood Hunt. They're a really solid unit. They're not, like, incredible by any means. They're pretty reliable if you've got the extra gold to spend on them, though. So that's kind of why I've thrown them out here. We get a nice Relentless Rage on the Skull Crushers just to guarantee that they don't tear her out. Their leadership was getting a little low. I didn't want to see them running off the field, so they get some about 250 odd value. Just hanging in there that extra bit of time. And now running down the Sphinx of Uzkef, which is desperately trying to escape here. It's having a really hard time getting away from the mass of these cavalry, though. They've got 32 models and 1,500 mass, which is the same as Minotaurs of Khorne. But obviously, with the 16 extra entities, even though these guys are down to less than half HP, they've still got a ton of abilities, or a ton of ability to just, like, completely lock down a big monster like this and just put it on the ropes. And they continue the grind. They've gotten up to 1,500 value, really paying off nicely here for me. And doing a good job of allowing the Chaos Warrior Halberds to follow up here and bring the big monster to the ground, dead as a doornail, looking beautiful for me. I've got more Korngors coming up, 2 of them. A lot of Marauders being broken here by the Skeleton Horseman Corps, which has done pretty well for my opponent, but has really been about it that's been able to successfully punch against my units. I was actually able to run down the Chosen of the Gods over here. You can see all the models dropped and dead. Fury came in to finish them off. This Fury over here, after some Korngor pushes, or petering out, was able to come in and just land on like a less than half health Chosen and rip them to bits. And now they're maneuvering around, just providing some buffering and a little bit of mass. They've got 250, which isn't bad for a small-sized entity. They can disrupt some smaller stuff and make it hard for them to withdraw. The Necrotect, though, has the Van Braces, so I don't really want to stick around here. The Blinded debuff is really annoying, so I'm just trying to avoid that as much as possible. And with that guy harassing me so much, knowing that I really want to get rid of those 2 characters that are on the field, this is Karadak time. Old buddy is just going to waddle in here with his collar, Endless Hunter and Prey the Blood God. Endless Hunter's not that good here. There's not really anything to strip the stalk on. Or strip stalk off of. But nonetheless, just having the ability at base is nice, and you know, it can like reveal the odd horseman or two that might be playing out of the trees here. See, these guys are trying to play a little cagey and wait for an opportunity to jump on the #1 objective. And down here, we get the Necrotect with a beautiful Prey the Blood God, just a great ability. And Karanak immediately getting in on this guy with his near 50 armor, really already shredding him quite badly with a couple of attacks. Pushing him a little deep into the halberds and the fleshhounds here. But not that big of a deal, because at the very least, it's finally pinning him up against something solid so that Karanak can get those last few nibbles that are needed on him. Gets clocked by a catapult shot, actually. And, you know, not really enjoying that. Little doggo would rather not be getting hit by any missiles. Gets a last hit in on the Necrotect here and starts crumbling him out. Poor guy is really not doing too hot. But my opponent with a Lich Priest on the field still. With Net of Amontok and some sneaky Sepulchral Stalkers coming out of ambush at the most awkward moment. But Karanak, because of the close contact on the Necrotect, and the Necrotect running, Karanak technically was able to continue moving because of the collision radius. He's like trying to attack that guy still, so he kind of pushes forward into the trees, very luckily for me. And is able to survive at least one volley here, so I'm going to immediately get him moving out of here now that the net has worn off. I've got my halberds with their back turned to the Sepulchral Stalkers, yeah, but they're pinning in the 2 Skeleton Horsemen. They get some nice damage on their way out. They've got 1200 value. Couldn't really ask for a better performance from those guys. And the rest of our boys moving up and in, trying to get after the Sepulchral Stalkers. Khorngor's closing ground really quickly. Chosen of the Gods back out, ready to do some big damage to my infantry. I can't really use Valkia to engage at this point. She's only got 1300 HP. She's quite beat up, and I'd rather not risk her dying. So I do have a nice lead, but despite the good cap situation, any, like, fumble here and losing a bunch of my units to, like, routes would be pretty devastating, because, you know, there's skeleton horse archers and skeleton horsemen that can chase anything that's routing off the field, and that would really leave me with not much. Like, I've got some infantry here, but infantry in the late game can have trouble holding, like, large sections of a battlefield if they don't have any mobility support. And a lot of my mobility is actually replenishing back in the reinforcement pool. I didn't bring a whole lot. The Skull Crushers I unsummoned a minute ago. I've got the Horsemen back in reserve, and I'm trying to save up for them. All I've got is this Fury unit, but the Fury, because the pressure is so thick back here, with the Sepulchral Stalkers being chased relentlessly by this Khorngor and Marauders pushing to get on top of Chosen of the Gods, my opponent is not able to defend the Catapult, which has been hammering me pretty hard. It's got 720 value. Being able to get a Fury back here and just clean it up in a couple seconds was just absolutely incredible for me. You can see some Skeleton Horsemen moving for the #2 objective. The #1 is very secure. I've got a fresh Khorngor and the Forsaken are coming back out. They're going to move over to the #2 objective with Karanak in tow, trying to go after that Lich Priest if I can. Khorngor's back here, actually doing a really good job of locking down the Sepulchral Stalkers. Their Fury of the Blood God actually allowed them to get into this fight. There's no terror here, so I figure why not try and support them real quick with a nice little Fury dive and Horn of Corn, just to see if I can kill these Sepulchral Stalkers. And look at the Sepulchral Stalkers getting melted here. Huge damage coming in. A lot of this thanks to the Furies, man. They're just so disgustingly ferocious when they get these big melee attack buffs. And they absolutely hammer the Sepulchral Stalkers into oblivion, dead and gone. Karanak is threatening a charge on the Lich Priest, but The Skeleton Horsemen are nearby. I don't want to get locked up in the Skeleton Horsemen as best I can. So I just, pull him back through the corn gores. My opponent ends up pulling back, and that allows me a very clean engage on the Lich Priest here, just to get a nice finishing touch on this game. This poor guy just gets absolutely manhandled by the goodest boy in all the Chaos Realms, giving him some ear scritches behind all 3 heads after that one. He didn't carry me by any means, but he was just really useful for removing those annoying characters. The real heroes were the Skull Crushers. They really bailed out Valkia. Valkia was getting absolutely manhandled by Khalida and the Sphinx for a good second there. But the second the Skull Crushers got engaged on both those single entities, they started grinding out some good value. They were providing a lot of support and buffering for the Halberds and the Corn Gores. Marauder Horsemen, they didn't really get to do as much as I wish they'd been able to here. I had 4 in reserve, actually. I forgot I brought that many. Anyways, I guess the reason I didn't summon them out is because I'd rather have the Corn Gores. Oh yeah, because of all the Skeleton Horse Archers, that's right. That's why I didn't summon any more out. I just needed bodies that were safer from the shooting on these guys. The Marauder Horsemen of Khorne get manhandled by other skirmish units pretty badly. Yeah, we just kind of rushed it down from there. We just pushed out our strong infantry. The Ushabti really didn't have many good targets to sit on. They can perform against Corn Gores, provided they've got stuff like Skeleton Warriors underfoot, but my opponent was bringing out a lot of the Horsemen and needed to get his Stalkers out and this Catapult. And you gotta get the Ushabti out on the field before you can think about getting the Skeleton Warriors, and he just really didn't have enough bodies on the field to deal with the front line. Like, my front line was just too beefy, and it kind of got overrun as a result. It was a really good game, though. He played very, very solidly. Just couldn't quite pull the dub out by the end. Would you have changed your Lord in that Tomb Kings match? Probably not. Valky is really good against Tomb Kings. I've tried Scarbrand. I've tried Arbol. Neither of them are too great, and I do love Skulltaker to death, and he's not bad against Tomb Kings. But the Shrine is pretty vulnerable to stuff like Chosen of the Gods and Sepulchral Stalkers, and Lich Priest shenanigans can be pretty devastating against Skulltaker as well, because he doesn't have a way to stop damage. Like Valkia does. The reason I like Valkia against Tomb Kings is because she is so hard to snipe with missiles. Like, Demon Shield is incredible. You get netted with Net of Amantok. Yeah, it's 20 seconds, it's longer than Demon Shield, but 13 of those seconds is plenty of time to survive. It's usually a whole volley of, like, Sepulchral Stalker fire, or, really, that's about the only thing that can accurately shoot her. Like, Chosen of the Gods can't really shoot Valkia in the air because she's so small. Regular Ushabti Great Bows are probably a little too expensive and not worth it to bring in this matchup. It's just more for Tomb Kings to defend with, very little to gain out of them, in my experience. I guess you could bring another Ushabti Great Bow. It might actually do a little bit better against this build, specifically. I really don't know, though. I just think she's super reliable. That's why I prefer her. The Total Tavern Alpha is nice. It looks really good. I haven't spent a whole lot of time on it doing any, like, ladder games or anything, but I know that's an option. And there's definitely a much more user-friendly layout and back-end for the tourney hosts, which I really appreciate. I do very much think that going forward, it's going to be nice to jump between autos, tournament tournament site and going back to good old Total Tavern now that it's just a little bit more usable, to be honest. It was kind of bad before. But it was our best bet, and it was great before we had another option, just because, you know, there was nothing to really organize these tournaments easily. And, you know, Turin put in a lot of work on that original Total Tavern site to get the ball rolling and inspire other people to start iterating on it. And now we've got some competition between different people with their own hosting sites. So I think that's good for the long-term health of the entire game, like, multiplayer ecosystem, because it's going to mean that there's going to be more iteration on their respective sites as they want to, like, try and grab more people over to use their spots, and also just probably bring in more people in general over time. You know, just more visibility is always good. Okay, we got some new player tournament replays. We're gonna get it in. What's up, Bird? How you doing, man? We're gonna drop these in. We'll get them rolling. App data? There it is. Ooh, and another dude. Gorge. Gorgeous Georges. Need to put. Hold on, guys. I need to put my tax return in an actual folder. I keep almost moving it into my here. Keep almost moving it into the replays folder. I don't think it would show up in there, but that would be really awkward. There we go. Just get it out of the way. Ooh. Ooh, Chowie versus Bretonia. What else counts as a fun matchup, actually? Yeah, and High Elves, Tomb Kings, oh, and an Arcane Phoenix. Oh, it's beautiful. You love to see it. An Archmage. Yes. A Fire. That's a nice build against Tomb Kings. We got more, Legion to Asgore. Hell yeah. Oh, Maniac is back. That's awesome. And Neeper's here. Let's watch this one. Let's go with Bretonia versus Chowie first. Bretonia is not a very common sighting in the new player tournaments. Definitely one of the more micro-intensive factions. One that, honestly, I think is more user-friendly. Or, sorry, rather, beginner-friendly than you might originally suspect. They do require a lot of micro because of the preponderance of cavalry, but you can go pretty elite cav and limit your numbers, and honestly, Bretonia does pretty well if they go super elites. Like Grell Guardians, Grell Knights, and Hippogriffs are just really strong units. And Royal Peggies are pretty good, and Fey Enchanters with heals honestly supports all those guys pretty nicely. So there's definitely some strats you can go with as Bretonia that limit the amount of stuff you're constantly having to move around and micro. And stuff like Peasant Mob and Men-at-Arms, you really just kind of move up onto points and very carefully maneuver around as needed. Most of the time, Men-at-Arms and the like are just going to be protecting Peasant Bowmen, and you're going to be playing off of 2 points with maybe pushes out onto the third with your mobility. So you can usually have a front line that's a little bit more static and a lot less active around the rest of the field. Felix and Gotrek are here, which is really fun and awesome. I do love both those guys. They're honestly pretty good characters for taking on somebody like Drazho with the Ashen, or even the Infernal Castellans. Felix is an anti-infantry duelist. And he's got really good stats for it. He's got a ton of melee attack and melee defense, actually. His weapon strength is really the only weak point, but he's got the Blood Oath that kind of makes up for the fact that he needs to be engaged for a little bit longer than other, like, higher weapon strength characters might need to against those Castellans. Because he's going to get a perpetual heal over the course of the entire fight. The flaming damage will mitigate that a little bit, but because it's a perpetual heal, it's not the end of the world, and it's a pretty strong one at 0.2 per second. Beautiful Hobgoblin Wolf Rider charge, screaming around the flank right up into the Banded Yeomen, who are very caught out here. Pretty awful engagement for Bretonnia to be losing these Mounted Yeomen potentially. A Chalice of Potions was going to come in, but it got canceled because of the Earthblood. Chalice of Potions should really be used on Blazing Beards of Basharik back here. We do get a Blessed Field Trebuchet coming in. Beautiful summon. Going to be great for clearing some of those gun units in the back and the sturdier infantry that might be causing problems for you in the mid to late game. The Fire Glaives could be focused by the Trebuchets. You can drop Chalice of Potions right here. It'd be a really good play. Blazing Beards want to use these blasting charges, and there's a good long wind-up on that. You usually time up the Chalice of Potions to be able to hit them while they're preparing to throw. You could drop it there, or you could just drop it on this big blob here. Look at all these infantry overlapping right now. I know one of them's an Orc Laborer, but the other is a Chaos Dowie Warrior. And clearing heavy infantry as Bretonnia is very important because they're so annoying. They're very hard to kill with your infantry, obviously, and your cavalry don't want to spend a tremendous amount of time going after stuff like Chowie Warriors. What your knights want to be doing is running down routing units or just diving large targets that might be causing you some problems. Not really a lot of large targets, though. A lot of infantry coming in right now for the Chowie. And the Trebuchet's getting some good value, but there's not really anywhere that the Bretonnians are able to sit on any of the objectives right now. They do flip the number 3, fortunately. They got a Men-at-Arms Spearman out there with the shields, just doing his best to try and lock that one down. Heals are coming in, but not really going all that far. Gotrek and Felix and the Fey Enchantress are all playing pretty split up from one another. They really want to run around in like a goon squad and just try and hard focus individual targets. Right now, Drazhoath needs to be taken out. He's on foot, and Felix could definitely put the beat down on him. Thanks to his good weapon strength and just really good stats overall, and he's got a ton of melee attack and really solid melee defense. The Rune Axe of Gotrek is a really good buff, and it gives him even more AP weapon strength. Removes magic attacks from Drazhoath, which is pretty cool. He does get that from the Graven Scepter and cause some problems. Demon's Tongue gonna come in here and easily clean up these Spearmen at Arms. Actually does a lot of damage to old Felix there. Punching him in the face. Look at the flamethrower roasting the Fey Enchantress there. Oh no. Oh, and a volley from the Fire Glaives. Wow, 8 HP Fey Enchantress. She's going to run off the field. There's no way she's going to rally. Oh, that's brutal. Fey Enchantress, man, didn't come in with regrowth or anything. Brought Shield of Thorns instead. I mean, Shield of Thorns is a pretty good spell. Look at the damage from the flamethrower. The Demon's Tongue just ruining the Mounted Yeoman archers there. Is getting beat up by Gotrek right now, though. Gotrek is doing a lot of damage to this thing. As you would hope an anti-large specialist would. Demon's Tongue definitely wants to peel out of here. It's really bullying poor Felix, though. He's taken down to less than half health. Struggling pretty badly. Pegasus Knights are being forced into what I described earlier as being a pretty bad situation for them. They don't want to fight infantry. You can see why. They just get peppered by Infernal Guard Fire Glaives, Ogil Khan's boys shooting them while they're engaged. These Infernal Castellans doing some pretty big damage to them, too. Each one of these shots is capable of taking Pegasus Knight down a pretty substantial margin of their HP pools per individual model. So you can see that they are just continually dropping as they're retreating, and it's thanks to those Castellans that's happening. Just worse and worse fights for Bretonnia going off all over the field. The Knights are constantly getting shot up as they're engaging onto the infantry. They keep getting into these engagements and then getting lit up by the Infernal Guard, who I can only imagine have close to, yeah, 1,200 value. Pretty solid stuff. I think Drazhoath running around here has not really gotten a great chance to use his Flames of Asgore. Doesn't particularly seem like it, but not really needing to. The Demon's Tongue and the Castellans and just the solid value on the Chaos Dowie Warriors shining through pretty nicely here. I really actually don't have a lot of value, the Heavy Infantry. It's okay. It is fine. It's doing alright. The Blazing Beards of Basharik are pushed in over here, and they've got another volley on their blasting charges. That could definitely be useful right now. You could turn that around and hit these Foot Squires. These guys' blasting charges actually have more armor-piercing explosive damage than, say, the Dowie minor variants do. They're a lot better against stuff like Foot Squires than you'd think. As a result, Dowie blasting charges, the minor blasting charges specifically, are quite weak nowadays, but the Chaos Dowie are like elite blasting charge guys. Their Infernal Iron Sworn have the extra strength blasting charges as well, and they can just do so much work with it. Demon's Tongue is just bulldozing the entire Bretonian line right now, just causing massive problems, and it doesn't help that, wait, did the Fate Enchantress not run off? Oh, the leadership penalty's worn off by now. That was a lot quicker than I was thinking it was. Leadership penalty isn't so severe now because the Fate Enchantress has run away. Felix and Gotrek are doing what they can, but this is definitely one of the lesser-known tales of Gotrek and Felix. They're not used to losing, and Felix actually shatters here as the Demon's Tongue just rolls over him unceremoniously. And Gotrek is down to about 800 health. I think he actually got his Heroic Fortitude there, which is pretty nice. Got him a little going, trying to kill Felix with the Flames of Asgore? Either that or trying to time it up on the Companions of Quinnell. It's better to wait until Cavalry get engaged and then Flames of Asgore them. Look at Gotrek continuing to motor, man. Oh, he almost got the finishing blow on Drazhoath, but Gotrek finds his glorious death in amidst the combat here. And there he is. Is there a wry little smile on his face? Can't tell. I don't think so. But he does die pretty heroically. Drazhoath actually goes down. It would be nice for Bretonnia if that happened. Earlier in the match, maybe they could have gotten a little something going if they'd killed Drazhoath and leadership had started breaking on some of these units. But yeah, these Battle Pilgrims and the Foot Squires, and even the Companions and everything are just getting absolutely just demolished. By attrition right now. I mean, the massive infantry waves are just absolutely relentless. You can see unpaid interns streaming in large numbers to cover the much more important Chaos Dowie. We're very happy to sit on the objective right now and just hang out and, I don't know, drink tea and, knit and crochet, you know, all of those very lovely, wholesome activities that they're very well known for. Good game. Pointy hats are supreme once again. These guys don't have a pointy hat, but they got a sick-ass helmet, so I can forgive them. I love this green color scheme, by the way. Chaos Dowie have some of the sickest armor in the game. They have some of the most unique variants, too. They have the most color diversity of all the evil factions. Like, Khorne is just varying shades of, like, metallic red and, like, rusty, dull, brown and gray. It looks sick as hell because, you know, Corrin is just the drip master, but like I said, not a lot of variety. The Chaos Dowie have drip and variety, and, you know, I think I've got to do, like, a drip or drown tier list. I think that would actually be pretty fun. Like, each of the different factions and how high or low they are compared to all the others in terms of aesthetic. Blazing Beards of Bashir doing a lot of work. Same with the Fireglaves. Not really that surprising. Olga Khan's Wolf Boys with about 1,000 value. Some Sneaky Gets and Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders doing some stuff, but the Demon's Tongue was the real hero at 2,700. Just absolutely flattening the entire Bretonnian army, basically, by itself. All the infantry was just falling underneath it. The Flamethrower killed, or didn't kill, but ran the Fey Enchantress off the field, and then was just massacring some of the, like, odd cavalry units that were passing in front of it. It's a great unit. It's really fun to see it perform there. Ooh, Lizardmen would be pretty high up. They've got a ton of variety as well. I will go to skirmish. Yeah, it's a tribe, has like a pink color scheme. Oh, that's it's purple and white. Where's the pinkish one? Some of these are a little bit misleading. I think this one I might actually be the one that Bert is talking about. But yeah, they've got like a ton of different variants. Ghost of Pawhawks actually is a pretty cool color scheme, despite being too, you know, like orangish brown hues. The coloring and the striping is pretty striking, so it looks nice. Sentinels of Zeddy is a really fun one. Defenders of the Great Plans, like purple and green, is pretty awesome. Yeah, the Chaos factions, like, styling with all the spikes and everything is cool. Norsk is probably the only one that has, like, the most varied colors of all of the, Chaos factions. Like, all of the Monogod Chaos factions have, you know, like, the same color scheme across the board, pretty much. Like I said, Khorne is just... It's all red. It's all red, baby. Challengers of Khorne doesn't have as much red as the others, but it's still got a decent amount of it. My favorite is the Brazen Throne. I just love the look of the armor on those guys. It's really cool. Bloodkeepers is pretty awesome, too. Demons of Chaos doesn't have any variety. I haven't actually paid a lot of attention to the Dowie. I need to get in and see theirs. Skaven don't have a ton of expression on their guys because a lot of the color scheming comes on armored units. So like the Storm Vermin and stuff have the very like bright popping like colors and everything, but a lot of their other units are just like really basic dudes and don't come with anything too cool looking. The Skaven color schemes all vaguely look very vomit colored as well, which fits obviously, but you know, maybe not the sexiest look. Anyways, we'll look into that another time. I'm actually really pondering that that video idea in my head. Load fail. What? Alright, well, no Wood Elves right now. Game's conspiring against us. Pink pants on ogres is beautiful. What would you change? I mean, I'm not criticizing the Skaven for the fact that they don't give their Skaven slaves their vibrant garments or anything, but, it definitely doesn't lend itself to really noticing, like noticing their style. In the same way that some of the other factions do, where they like really have some unique and varied coloring. Which faction do I think is getting the goodies in the DLC? Probably Undead. I mean, Nagash is literally the king of the end times. He's like the big bad of the entire setting, in all honesty, other than Archeon and like the Chaos Invasion. But we've already got tons of Chaos stuff, so I mean, it's just gonna be, I think, Nagash coming in and looking cool as hell and super fun to play. And I think that's gonna ultimately end up being the big selling point, is that all the undead factions that have been neglected for so long are going to be, you know, updated, brought to new undead life, I guess. I was trying to think of how to best phrase that. It's about as good as it's gonna get, though. New player at heart. Yeah, and you're never too old or too good to be a new player, you know? Skaven. Skaven are honestly kind of an anti-meta faction. Skaven are pretty good. And they're anti-meta in the sense that they do a lot of things that other factions just are not very good at, and do it so incredibly well that they bully, like, certain factions in the game that are actually fairly strong, and, can be a bit of a problem for other factions. I actually think they're not bad against Wood Elves, because they have so many options for counter-firing, like, good missiles. Like, they just, Skaven beat all the other missile factions in the game, like, no contest, pretty much. I can't really think of another missile-heavy faction that can beat them reliably. I mean, they just completely destroy Kislev. I guess ogres would probably be the most likely to be able to bully the Skaven because of the single entities that they can bring. Skaven struggle against, like, rush factions, really. Otherwise, they're pretty damn good. The undead factions do beat Skaven pretty reliably. They've got some options against the undead, but, we'll see if that changes with the, new DLC. Skaven, I think, might be getting a little bit more, like, single entity play. Like, Skaven have good single entities, don't get me wrong, but they're all pretty basic monsters. I think that the, if I'm not incorrect in thinking, they're called Storm Fiends. Have, like, flamethrowers and rattling, like, giant rattling guns attached to their wrists and stuff like that. That could make for a very effective monster against the undead. I don't know if that'll be enough, because Skaven obviously have bad leadership in general, so undead are always going to give them a bit of a hard time, but maybe, just maybe, some of the new tools they get will allow the matchups to be a little closer to even at the very least. Anyways, we're going to focus in here. We got Sphinx of Uzkef, Chosen of the Gods. A lot of Tomb King's builds look very similarly to this. They don't change all that much. It's really, really strong, like, units, obviously, but because the Tomb King's roster is quite limited still, you're usually going to be seeing a lot of the Ushabti and then Chosen of the Gods. Probably a big construct like the Sphinx or something, and very little variety elsewise. Screaming Skull Catapult comes forward, shooting at the ship's company. The High Elves did grab a point, so at least they've got some points coming in. And they did get, like, a nice little early lead thanks to the Illyrian Reaver archers grabbing the points quickly and early. RFR is doing a pretty good job right now of not getting impatient and trying to rush down the High Elves, because there's not really much of a reason in doing that. Just chipping down the archers and dealing with the Illyrian Reaver Cav over here is a really great start. Sphinx of Uzcav is taking a little bit of damage, but there's nothing to really pressure it too badly. As long as it stays near Kotep here, Tomb Kings are going to be in a pretty good spot in the later stages of the game. There's not really any counters for the Ushabti out right now, and the High Elves don't have very high quality infantry on the field. They've got a couple Silver and Guard on the edge of the formation here, which is nice. It's something, but these Fireballs are really not going very far. Fireball is really best used for shooting Kotep, because Kotep has no armor, and Fireball falls off really badly against armor, even the upgraded version. You can use the upgraded version, I guess, against the Ushabti and probably kill a model somewhat reliably, but if you're going to use it, just use it on Kotep. The Burning Heads, you know, Burning Head's a great spell, man, but when units are not engaged, this is what happens 9 times out of 10. Your opponent just walks away from it. And because it's a randomized wind effect, sometimes it just curves away from any chance of collateral damage. Yeah, archers getting pushed back really haven't done a tremendous amount of damage. They have basically paid for themselves at least. Just wishing, probably, on the High Elf side of things, they could have gotten a little more value out of those guys. Poking the Neckcarl Warriors is definitely the right call, because Skeleton Spears are not going to beat your ship's company. At the very least, the High Elves are doing a really good job of playing the points. They're losing, but they're not losing that bad, and they are removing the more annoying anti-infantry units. That way, when the ship's company get into these fights and Silver and Guard are on the point, there's just no cap weight, for one. 2, they just won't be under that much pressure from the, one Neckcarl Warrior that might be out on the field. Honestly, that's a pretty cool tech for the Screamy Skull Catapult, using the Fireball to actually take out one of the artillery pieces. Silver and Guard are going to move back. Honestly, a good call. Just don't want to get them in range to get shot up like that. Keepers of the Flame are hovering at the back over here, and Stofers is playing very carefully right now. Super smart. I mean, he's got no reason to really engage the front line even at this point now. Tomb Kings are lacking any way to really capture the points. Tomb Kings probably actually want to ratchet up the intention, or the, ratchet up the pressure, I guess, would be a better way of putting it, to get after the High Elf front line. Otherwise, yeah, their Screamy Skull Catapult continues getting sniped down. The Ushabti are going to waste just standing around here, and the High Elves are going to continue to rack up this points lead. Tomb Kings don't really even have a firm hold on the number 1. Like, once the Silver and Guard moves up, these 3 ships company are going to outcap all of this Tomb King stuff here. Like, the Ushabti need to get forward sooner rather than later, because it's going to be a grind before they can get rid of all this High Elf stuff. Sphinx of Uzcav is, like, trying to solo cap out here, but it's not going to really work. Get both these horsemen up on this point, I guess, if you're going to go for this strategy and try and grab that. Beautiful snipes with the fireballs. Oh my goodness, finally using it for something worthwhile. Getting some good value out of it as a result, actually. Sphinx is very low HP. Keepers of the Flame are hiding in the trees. Could move up in a moment. Not really any reason to rush forward and send too many units out onto the objective here, because the cap is coming in very slowly from the Sphinx. Now that the Skeleton and Horsemen are here, you can see the High Elves moving forward. Stofers is playing very disciplined. I just need to compliment him for it, because last week, in a lot of his games, he was way too antsy and overeager. put himself in some really bad situations as he moved in units to over-pursue enemies or just overplaying his hand in general. And got punished pretty badly as a result, but here he's just jumping in and out, on and off of points as needed with the right number of units. Look at the movement with the ship's company reforming their line. This is sexy play right here. Needs to get them a little farther over so that they get on the number 2 objective here, but just tightening and compacting the lines here is nice stuff. And a beautiful burning head on the other side of the field as his opponent is maneuvering elsewhere and starting to feel the heat on other portions of the battlefield. Losing the cap here didn't need to happen, but it's not the end of the world. His opponent is really pushing a lot into this fight over here, and these are Silver Helms. They'll be okay on top of Skeleton Spears. Now, they'll get chewed up by the Sphinx of Uskef, but they're beating up on the Skeleton Horsemen. They actually eat an Usirian's Incantation of Vengeance, while the Fireborn are fortunate enough to kind of avoid getting hit by it entirely. Chewing on the Sphinx of Uskef a little bit, honestly, just stay engaged on it here. And bring that thing down. Arcane Phoenix should get back in here to get on top of Chosen of the Gods. And I think that Arifar is feeling the heat to the point that he's not really threat recognizing the way he needs to. Chosen of the Gods are shooting at the Silver Helms that are broken back here. They need to swap their attention over to the Fireborn ASAP. It is way more important to chip down now. Nakar Warriors get hit by a beautiful burning head right down the pipe. And 1200 on the Archmage ain't bad. It's not like world-ending value for the Archmage, but just consistently chipping down the Tomb King's infantry and leaving the Ushabti a little bit more uncovered than not is allowing for cleaner engagements on the points. Even though they're not going amazingly across the front line for the High Elves, their elites are doing a pretty good amount of damage here. Silverins are getting terror-routed right now. Little unfortunate. Chosen of the Gods are shooting the Fireborn now. It's going to be a beautiful Usirian's Incantation of Vengeance. I would probably have pulled the Fireborn through to get after Chosen of the Gods. The Arcane Phoenix has been forgotten about, but now moves over. Ooh, it's going to stop the Unsummon. That's going to be huge. Arfar has a ton of supplies, which is nice for him, but you definitely want to get the money back for Chosen of the Gods, 1. And 2, you also want this thing out of the engagements so they can get ammo back. Because these really are not good in melee. They don't do much of anything. You would definitely want them to be back in the reinforcement pool sooner than later to start regenerating ammo. They are going to get unsummoned finally. Arcane Phoenix is just bumping and grinding a few spots. Can't forget the Ember Storm on this thing. I know there's not a lot of good targets for that right now, but it's worth remembering that the Arcane Phoenixes have this, and it's a pretty quick burst vortex. You can drop the Ember Storm and then fly away with your Phoenix. It's not rooted to the location during the cast. It like flies down and lands and kicks up the Ember Storm in an area, and then it jumps back up in the air and you can run away with it then. So you can use Arcane Phoenixes pretty aggressively early on just to like threaten the vortex damage. And it might have been pretty good here because it's also really fast. So you can use it to like kite out shots from the Chosen of the Gods, and then your opponent has to bring Sepulchral Stalkers in to try and shoot this thing. These guys are really short range, and you can still evade pretty easily with the Arcane Phoenix. It lands right on top of the Sepulchral Stalkers, but in melee is better than at range, obviously. Sepulchral Stalkers have very bad melee stats. They're super reliant on bonus versus large. Even then, it's only 18. And Arcane Phoenixes, they've got a reasonable amount of melee defense, so using it aggressively here just to lock up the Sepulchral Stalkers while your other units are just continuing to secure the objectives is definitely the right play. I mean, it's just stopping them from really doing much of anything to swing the infantry fights, which are just getting worse and worse for the Tomb Kings. You can see that even though a lot of the High Elf stuff is dead and gone, Tomb Kings are even more gassed and just don't have anything to fall back on. Like, there's Ushapti over here, but they're not really going to be able to quickly grind through all these Rangers, and the Storm Riders are over here and also be a kind of an annoying unit. The Screaming Skull Catapult, even with only one model, has... Actually, with two models. Has gotten pretty solid value at 1100. It's just not going to be able to, again, clear the High Elves quickly enough. That's a beautifully played game by Stofers here. Really nicely done. The Arcane Phoenix and Archmage are trying to kill Kotep. They get a couple hits. Some Archer Fire comes in, and Kotep falls in battle at the end of the match here. And the Sphinx of Uzkef was very successfully avoided. I mean, it got 1,400 value, but this is a 2,500 gold monster. Denying it value by just not fighting it with anything important is as good of a way to deal with these big monsters as any other method. And having the two flyers made it all the easier, because, you know, they don't have to get in here anywhere near the Sphinx to get value. They can just go somewhere else, support mobile fights, or cast spells for the Archmage. Riz has been destroying me with Wood Elves, the Doombolt Rush, and all. Only beat him with Mass Shield, Clan Rats, and Storm Vermin. Oof. That's rough. I mean, Doombolt is just really good at sniping squishy characters. The best thing you could do is probably bring your Lord and just hide him in the trees. Like, bring a, probably just like a Warlord on a Brood Horror, or just a Warlord hiding in the bushes and bring forward, like, multiple Warlock Engineers. And force Otto to hit the, casters with the Doom Bolts, and those casters are dirt cheap, and just bring them right back out after they die. And then you just go, yeah, go for the Clan Rats with the shields and everything, and probably a couple weapon teams. If you unmount Catapult, are you able to save it from Fireball Snipe? Yeah, Doombolt does hate hills. Yeah, you could probably dodge, you can probably dodge the, fireballs of the Catapult. But yeah, you probably would need to unmount the crew and then move to the side. Like, move to the side rather than trying to retreat back and away from the, artillery piece. Because I think it would follow the, I think it'll follow the crew. That's something to test sometime. But we'll test that another time. Right now, I just want to keep it moving with the games. We got Neeper, we got Maniac. You know, Chaos Tower are pretty good against other ranged factions, but I think this might be one where they're maybe a little bit outclassed. Potentially, depending on what the coast brings. I do like the inclusion of a mortar. Mortars are pretty good at countering, like, archer lines. Even if you just bring, like, one mortar, if they get a couple lucky hits, they can break a archer unit pretty fast. Because the more powder ability on these things just makes them absolutely disgusting. While they have the benefits of it. It's a huge boost to missile strength. And it's one of the reasons that, like, zombie pirate gunnery mobs are so disgustingly strong. Because for the first, like, 4 or 5 volleys, they just delete everything. Doesn't matter what it is. I mean, the 145 range handgunners have basically a blunderbuss level of AP and damage output. It's really ferocious. We're on medium unit size. Or, no, on large? Very bizarre. Anyways. Shots are coming in with the mortar. It's gonna be going after the Ogakans, it looks like. Yeah, they're just gonna waddle away. Ooh, but they do end up clipping a couple of the Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders there and killing a few. Which is really unfortunate. Definitely don't want to lose too many of those guys. They're not the most resilient of units. They have very poor leadership. The Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders will turn and run if they get hit by anything more than a strong volley. As you can see here, they just get absolutely pounded by those handgunners. Just for the future, play on the ultra unit size, because that's what the game is balanced for. I don't think that the missile strength scales down at all, so it kind of turns ranged units into like a preponderantly dominant unit, which is really annoying and frustrating, to be honest, to deal with. Like, melee units lose a ton of HP. It just makes the combats play out really, really quickly. Like, overly quickly, in fact. Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders get absolutely smashed into oblivion as they just sit under fire and just eat it, man. But the handgunners on the other side here are finally getting lit up by the Hobgoblin Archers. And the Hobgoblin Archers are doing a really good job of poking these guys down. Gonna be a pretty nice little firestorm. I mean, it's one zombie pirate deckhand mob, not the end of the world. And Astrogoth is gonna avoid the majority of the damage from Wraithstorm. Which is really fortunate for old Astrogoth, because he doesn't have any healing. Noctilus is not an anti-infantry character. It's not really his cup of tea, but nonetheless, he's a respectable fighter. And he can actually drop heals on himself with Invocation of Mehek. He's also got some deckhand support for now. Probably wants to try and pull Noctilus back a bit. At least get him out into the open field where the handgunners can poke Astrogoth a little bit better. Look at the handgunners and the Carronades just absolutely brutalizing the Iron Demon. And Nieper with a big value lead already. And sitting on a pretty nice outside objective right now. Just hanging in there and doing some good damage. Meanwhile, the Cyrene and Night Terror Morgul push coming around the flank and doing some good damage. One Morgul getting shot to bits by Hobgoblin Archers, though. Good summon back here from Noctilus going down and interposing themselves on top of the Chaos Dowie Warriors and causing some problems. Iron Demon down to 31 HP is rolling over some handgunners before it goes out on its shield here. Just need one more volley. The handgunners are turning their attention over to try and shoot this thing down. I think like one bullet came out and actually finished it off. Handgunners look to kill the Wolf Raiders here. The Ogakhan's Wolf Boys were very, very lackluster here. I think they are a decent unit in this matchup, but you gotta keep them away from the guns. Because they have about the same range, and the guns are just gonna massively outtrade them in a head-to-head. Generally, archers are really good against the Vampire Coast. Simply because you can use them to poke down deckhand mobs and then move forward with units that can, like, overwhelm stuff like the Morghuls and the handguns at that point when they don't have any cover. However, the Hobgoblin Archers didn't really poke early at all. And they really haven't done too terribly well either. They're starting to get some okay value. I do wonder what would happen if you went for, like a huge swarm of Infernal Iron Swarm might actually be pretty good in this matchup, thinking about it. Beautiful Pit of Shades here. That's another thing. Magic is unnaturally powerful on this unit scale because it's still got like the full damage. So with the lowered HP pools, it just deletes infantry. As you can see here, I mean, it would have probably still killed pretty much everything there, but probably not quite as efficiently as what we just witnessed. Astrogoth goes down. Old Noctilus is going to be moving across the field to go after some Kadai Fireborn. Night Terrors are going down, and Sirens have been doing pretty decently against the Infernal Guard and some of the Chaos Dowie Warriors, but Kadai Fireborn are the perfect counter for these guys. They're definitely going to be very short-lived here, but they're occupying attention enough that the Lamprey's Revenge are able to poke from the flank a little bit. With their armor-piercing shots, these guys do have AP gun units on the top of them, with the little blunderbusses that do pretty good damage. They are pretty ferocious, actually, from a distance. At least a lot more than you might otherwise think. I think they also shoot in melee, if I'm not mistaken. Do they? No, I guess they don't. Oh, there we go. They actually do. They do shoot melee still. I couldn't remember if they did or didn't. They're able to get the grind going there and finish off those units. Now they can sit with the regeneration and just profit at this point. Now, you know, they're a little bit dangerous to use in this matchup because of the regen, and there is a lot of AP that the Chaos Dowie can bring forward against the Lampreys. But if you position these guys carefully away from, like, Infernal Guard Fireglaves and the like, it could be really useful for grinding down the heavy infantry front line, which is probably the biggest issue for the Vampire Coast in this matchup. They just don't really have many answers for the heavy infantry outside of the Morghuls and Sirens. And those units are pretty decent, but Sirens get clocked by Kadai, and it's not even funny. Plus, they're just a really mediocre unit with not a lot of damage output in general, so really it comes down to Morghuls, and Morghuls are really squishy to archer play. Oh, another beautiful Pit of Shades coming in here. Noctilus can end off with a nice chunk of value in this one for sure. Yeesh. Don't know if it was an overcast one or not, because I don't know how much it changes the equation on Magic, but nonetheless, Noctilus of 2,500 value, gonna just trot back to the home objective. We'll just fast forward through this one. It's very much over. Nieper has a massive lead here. How's the Carronade's gotten good value because it helped kill one of the demons. Mortar has been not great. It's a little unfortunate. It's gotten its value back at least, which is really, I guess, all you can ask from it. Considering it doesn't have very good angles to fire into the trees right now and whatnot. Iron Demon gets hit by a pretty nasty volley. Handgunners, Hulks, even the Sirens and the Night Terrors just doing their best to lock this thing down and are able to bring it to the dirt. Kadai Fireborn coming in again. Fresh one, actually, not the one we saw earlier. Animated Hulks and Noctilus doing a good job grinding this out. And Hard Knock Life, man, just continuing the bump and grind up to 2,600 now. Got a little bit of healing thanks to the hunger. It's a really solid in-combat heal. Sneaky gets getting terror routed, a ton of terror. Steamrolling down the field now. With a Lord Dead penalty also hammering the leadership on these units. Little wonder that they turn tail and run immediately. Ooh, the Assassin Lord. Yeah, the Assassin Lord is cool. I don't know, though. I mean, against the Wood Elves, the Assassin Lord is very weak to magic damage, and the Wood Elves do have a lot of magic attacks. Even if they're not hard focusing that guy, all they need is like one good volley or one good engagement with a character to just absolutely ice the poor guy. If only Queek had a silver shield, I would say bring him. Warlord on a Brood Horror. I don't know. Yeah, like a 600 gold Warlord. Oh, Eshin Sorcerers could be really good against, Oh, dude. I think that, Eshin Sorcerers with Warp Star could be disgusting here. And they've got the, Toxic Rain, which is a pretty nice lore passive against Wood Elves, because it lowers missile damage, and speed. You can go Veil of Shadows as well. Now, Veil of Shadows is only good if you overcast it, but if you get an overcast Veil of Shadows, you can absolutely obliterate anything within that radius. You could use this to lock down Weight Watchers, and then punish them with missile fire. It's like Natty Bubo Sharpshooters, because these guys have Stalk and Snipe, so they're kind of hard to spot, and they're longer range than Weight Watchers. Even though Weight Watchers have 190 range, these guys still have a huge edge on them. You can screen with your infantry corps, just like your million clan rats. Just have plenty of money to be able to just max out on the clannies. Even get like a Plague Monk or two in here, just to stiffen the front lines somewhat. So Wood Elves don't have like any big spells that can like punish lines of infantry, like Burning Head or whatnot. They could definitely be pretty nasty, and this might be a Night Runner Sling matchup. Because these things are honestly not too bad in terms of damage output, and against light armor, it's all the better, and they have a ton of ammunition. So you run around with Warp Star and throw this in from 200 meters just to chip models off of Wood Elf infantry and missile units, and, you know, just poke and prod and frustrate them. You've got the sharpshooters that you can bring forward quickly, and then you got a couple of slings that you can rush forward at a critical moment to start peppering the Wood Elves with. Bring more slings in reserve, maybe. And just overwhelm them with pebbles. Pebble everything to death. And then, I don't know, you can get, like, more, you can get, like, a Warp Grinder, maybe, for, like, a sneaky Vanguard deployment catch on some Wild Riders or something. I don't think you actually want a lot of rat ogres against the wood elves. Like, wolf rats with the poison could be okay, a couple of them. You know, looking at this, it does seem a little bit tough for the Skaven at times, but I think you get around that by just going really heavy into the gutter runners and the night runners. I think just having so many missiles that you can just outshoot the wood elves, especially with like the stalk that the gutter runners provide, could be pretty horrific, especially if you can get around flanks of the wood elves and like run them down that way. You are probably going to want rat ogres for mass just to help against wild riders. I'd be really curious to see how this build does. You've got Veil of Shadows in the back pocket that you can, like, throw down, and Warp Star on the other two is going to be more than enough. And you just hide your Warlord in some trees and never bring him out to get hit by Doombolt or any missile fire from the Wood Elves, and you just play, like, really conservatively. Alrighty. Round... Ooh, we're in round 3. People doubt the Gutter Runner Slingers, but I've seen them do some pretty good work. Especially if your opponent's going Way Watchers instead of Deepwood Scouts. Unless your opponent goes Swift Shiver Shards, there's a little bit of Fizz Res on the Gutter Runners. And Night Runners that you can rely on to get in against the Way Watchers, maybe slightly easier, and just like a big, massive push with like all your missiles going in at once. Like early, you just throw forward Clan Rats to push points and try and grab those. And you build up your missile line behind that a little bit, poke with your Warp Stars and your Natty Boobos, and then once you've got an overwhelming tide of Gutter Runners on the field, you just push them all forward, get firing lines set up so they can just overlap fire like absolute mad lads, and just blast everything down. You should be able to spam out numbers enough as the Skaven to be able to somewhat protect your missile line just by sheer weight of numbers and the odd Rat Ogre or two. Like Wolf Rats to like collapse on the back of Wild Riders just to drag them down. Alright, that's still broken. That's really unfortunate. I'm going to try and re-download that replay, because I do kind of want to see some Wood Elves versus Counts. Durthu is a really fun lord, and stupidly strong against undead, in my experience. Oh, I think I might have figured out what the problem is. Is that gonna fix it? Ah, no way. So there was a dot replay in the actual name of the game, and it was, I guess, causing like a problem with the replay viewer as it was looking for the file. It was like not registering that it was the right one. So I just deleted that, and then now it's working, because It's got the right naming convention, I guess. I swear, dude, sometimes technology is so stupidly dumb that the right answer is also the dumbest answer. And the answer is that, you know, it has no idea what it's doing. Cairn Wraiths are an interesting choice against Wood Elves. I would never, ever, ever bring those. Like, the Frostbite is cool, but there's so much magic damage in this faction that they're just gonna die. I mean, if it's not Starfire Shafts, it's just basic Dryads. And Dryads have ITP and are really good at chewing up chaff and have Physres of their own. Dryads are really ferocious to bring against the undead because they have good cap weight, they have good speed, they chew zombies up like nobody's business, and they beat the snot out of skeletons, and then they can also trade favorably into Crypt Ghouls. Because they have, you know, as you can see, they've got a lot more armor. Excuse me. Oh my goodness. They got a lot more armor, they've got Phys Res, they've got, like I said, the ITP, and they don't get affected by the fear that Crypt Ghouls cause, so they can hold their ground very, very firmly and just have a good old, grand old time, even. Branch Wraith has Earthblood. I actually really love this combo. Durthu just wants to use Flock of Doom and Sword of Daith to farm value. He's already got 1,000, by the way. These are pretty... It's a pretty cheap spell. And you just use it when there's massive blobs to drop it on. You can use Earthblood to just keep Durthu topped up. He is fighting on top of Hex Wraiths, which is not really a great idea. There's also White Kings. Although he has killed one White King already. Durthu, one of the few characters that can do that with no problem, apparently. You also want to get them away from the Hex Wraiths because they're lowering the incoming healing by 50%. Fire damage always lowers the incoming healing on units. Always worth remembering. Good enough dodge on the Wind of Death. War Dancers take a little bit of damage, but nothing terrible. They go right back into the Shadow's Coil, getting that bonus versus infantry and a wicked amount of melee defense. Basically making them untouchable for the Cairn Wraiths, whereas the other way around, even though the War Dancers don't have a great odds-on chance of hitting them, their melee attack is at least somewhat close to the melee defense values here. So they may not be at a 50-50 chance to hit, but they're a little bit of ways from min rolling on the odds on chance to hit like the Cairn Wraiths are. The problem though is that they don't have magic damage, so they're not very effectively dealing with the Cairn Wraiths right now. And with a Corpse Cart nearby, this is just going to be an interminable grind. Okay, Kemmler does have the Chaos Tomb Blade. I would run him up here, get him into the zombie unit, and just start attacking the War Dancers. That way he can be healing stuff all the while. Good zombie summon here on top of the Glade Guard Starfire Shafts. Another zombie summon is holding up some Dryads, it looks like. Dryads, they were doing really well. And you can see the Crypt Ghouls. You know, Crypt Ghouls did a good job of pulling some of the Dryads out of position. Punishing with the Crypt Horrors and this other ghoul surrounding them. It did get chewed up pretty badly. I don't have a lot of value, though. Yeah, the Dryad with almost 400 doing pretty nicely for itself. And Crypt Horrors over here and the Black Knights just get shot to absolute bits by the Starfire Shafts. Starfire Shafts, the flaming and magic damage, are one of the nastier units for the undead here. Super punishing against Crypt Horrors, obviously, but also against the ethereal units. Stuff like Hex Wraiths and whatnot just get absolutely obliterated by the magic attacks on those guys, because they are very reliant on this 55% Phys Res. Cool to see some Zotes. Zotes get their own flesh to stone popped on themselves, and then they dropped heal on Durthu. Durthu is 1800 value. Killing a lot of garbage right now. It's a lot of zombies and other stuff over here that isn't really all that dangerous, but the corpse carts are much more worth his time. He will very quickly kill this thing. Durthu has a ton of weapon strength, and because of the inclusion of Foe Seeker, he's actually staying relatively vigored. He's not struggling too badly on that front, so while he has lost some of his melee attack, he's still got 64, and I think for the purposes of fighting something that only has 22 melee defense, that's definitely going to allow him to beat it up that little bit quicker. Wild Heart being procced here, Dryads fighting next to the Branch Wraith, which is just continuing to cause problems. Just dropping the Earth Bloods and keeping everything topped up over here, and just slowing the pace of the battle over here to an absolute crawl. The Wood Elves are even able to capture this point. This is a beautiful Sword of Date opportunity. Oh, it's filthy. Hitting all of these undead units here. Crypt Golds are holding up a little bit better than I thought they would. They are still taking a lot of damage, though. They drop close to 1,000 HP, and now Durthu is on top of the other corpse cart and beating the snot out of this now. And the Dryads, you can see, they've been in some pretty tough fights, and they're still holding the line here. Those Earth Bloods from the Branch Wraith are so fat and juicy right now. The Flesh to Stone and the Zotes continuing to provide value as they get into the Crypt Horrors now, who are going to find it very difficult to get through the 60% Fizz Res on the Zotes right now. Holding firm and doing good work. Meanwhile, Crypt Ghouls desperately trying to overrun the #1 objective. I'm going to be able to take this, but I think the Glade Guard being sacrificed here is fine. I mean, they've done a lot of work already. They've gotten about their value back. They've killed some annoying units. Wild Hunches of Kurtis are getting run down by Direwolves, Kimmler, and zombie summons. They're just completely trapped here. There's nowhere for them to go. But they hold up the fight enough for some reinforcing War Dancers and Wildwood Rangers to get a reverse surround on the Dire Pack. So now it comes down to who breaks first. If the Wild Hunters of Kurtis break here, then the Counts can just run away out this side of the fight. Honestly, if the Dire Pack and the Dire Wolves die here quickly enough, it might leave Kimmler surrounded by the Wild Hunters of Kurtis, who will just kill him at that point. Oh, Wind of Death! Oh, but it's not overcast. It does some okay damage. Meanwhile, Stag Knights just absolutely trampling that Crypt Ghoul. Oh my god, they made contact with them. I think basically killed them in one hit, man. Glade Guard, Starfire Shafts turning their attention over to the Hex Wraiths. Hex Wraiths trying to close ground against the Stag Knights. That might be an okay fight for the Hex Wraiths, actually. Alright, Hex Wraiths I can see some arguments for, but just regular old Cairn Wraiths, I'm really not impressed by, and cannot see them being anything other than incredibly mid. Zotes are running down Crypt Horrors. Nice Overcast Earthblood here just to heal them up and get them into a little bit better fighting shape. They've also got Flesh to Stone on themselves here. I think every single ability has been used on the Zotes here, which it has. And 3,400 value Durthu, going for Foe Seeker once more, just to get himself a little bit of vigor and speed. Beating up on this poor White King now, who's looking very lonely. Yeah, Counts, man. I mean, they fought somewhat evenly with the Wood Elves, but they're just starting to run out of steam, and like the Race of the Frozen Heart are a really, really scary and horrifying unit. They've got Frostbite as well. They also have the Chilling Aura, so anything that gets in range of them immediately loses 60% of their speed. They're impossible to escape from. Even mobility units like Black Knights have a hard time getting away from them, because these guys also have 43 foot speed, so they can usually lower speed enough to then be able to keep pace with whatever they're slowing down. If not outright be faster than them at that point. They're one of the more annoying RORs in the game for that reason alone. War Dancers have killed 282 units or models and haven't haven't paid for themselves yet. Vampire counts moment. They do get charged by the Black Knights. Black Knights will do some good damage to the War Dancers for sure. They've just got really good anti-infantry stats. You know, a reasonable enough charge bonus, and you can see they are able to put them down here. But the Stag Knight's coming in to get a little bit of revenge. Getting a good charge. Definitely want to try and pull back if you can now. Durthu with one last Flock of Doom, it looks like. Ooh, a nice overcast Flock of Doom too, man. Oh, that's gross. Yeah, Black Knights really got hammered there. Yeah, looks like the counts are gonna, they're gonna pack it in there. Brave Trades are a really fun unit. They're actually really not that bad in combat either. And you can see the power of Durthu, man. I mean, he is just impossible for counts to kill. Durthu is really weak to missiles, but counts don't have any, so why would you not bring this guy and farm 4K value with him? He is killable, you just need to go for character sniping, and if you don't do that, if you're not going to try and bring monsters that can kill Durthu, like Terrorgeist, or, I don't know, maybe like Red Duke on a dragon or something, then you're better off just maneuvering around Durthu, because Durthu is expensive and slow, so if you can just avoid him as he tries to waddle between objectives and find fights, then you can really take advantage of the hardwood here. Alright. Regis versus Arthafar here. Or RPR, I don't know how to pronounce it. Versus ARP. That's what we're gonna roll with for now. It's kind of a rush build for the Tomb Kings in some respects. A lot of Nekara warriors here.
Ready to bring death.
I mean, they're not a bad unit for sure. Graveguard Great Weapons coming in big numbers. I don't think you need Great Weapons. Truth be told, I think the best unit here for the vampire counts, infantry-wise, is the halberds. The or the Graveguard halberds are very similar to the Tomb Guard halberds on the other side. They don't have a shield is like the only downside, but neither do these guys, obviously. I just find the halberds to be better because you're going to run into constructs usually. Even if you don't, there's probably going to be something like Ushabti running around. I mean, Ushabti are constructs, but I mean single entity constructs like Cetra. Is what I'm referring to. You're going to usually see a bunch of those guys. And if you don't see those, then the halberds can still do pretty good, just grinding through like the skeleton spears and whatnot, and holding their own against Nekara warriors. Wouldn't be the cleanest engagements in the world. I guess the Graveguard Great Weapons will do a little bit better here. Very, very interesting. Basic Graveguard with the shields, though, would be pretty good to counter the Nekar Warrior Rush, but, you know, you don't know what your opponent's ever going to bring. You gotta be prepared for a little bit of everything. I do think Regis is going to have an edge here regardless, because this is just a brutal matchup for the Tomb Kings. Tomb King's shooting just gets completely shut down by the vampire counts. Counts are so good at smothering missile lines that I definitely think that the more melee-centric build is the right way to go. I just do fear that it's not really going to matter. It's not like counts struggle for a cap weight, because they can bring some pretty cheap cap weight, like Konigstein Stalkers. You still just max out on zombies. I mean, zombies are only 100 gold. You can just get wave after wave of them. And then obviously Graveguard, which there's plenty of, should be able to help hold these points. Tomb Kings did grab one of those points early. The number one objective is... nice attempt at taking it. Ooh, good surround here. Crypt Ghouls and the Dire Pack are going to secure this high ground point very quickly. In the 1v1, I was thinking that it would just take forever for the Crypt Ghouls to finish off the Skeleton Horsemen and also cap the point, and they'd just be stuck out there for ages. But now that they're cleaning this up quickly, they grab the point as they're killing these guys, and now they can immediately swoop back around and reinforce. On the low ground, which I think is the right play. See if you can force your opponent to start summoning stuff out up here and get antsy. Gaze and Nagash is chipping away at Chosen of the Gods, but it's not really a good, spell for chipping down Chosen of the Gods. Just zombie summon on top of them and force them to reposition the whole game, and you'll be way better off. I mean, you can see it being dropped here. Chosen of the Gods immediately stop shooting and they go into melee, and they're trying their best right now to walk off, but it's going to require Skeleton Horse Archers to do a little bit of help. Charging into the back of the zombies here and trying to occupy their attention. Chosen of the Gods get free, but what you do is you just summon with the Lesser Raise Undead. Ooh, we don't have that right now. Oh, but the regular zombie summon is here. So yeah, now they're immediately locked down again. And you can see that the Graveguard Great Weapons are doing alright in the front line. They're grinding some stuff down, doing some good damage. White Kings, with their Scab Scrates, should probably not waste their time and effort on the Skeleton Spears and whatnot. Although double Scab Scrape right here would be pretty good, because you'd be... Oh, wait, no, they're all up here. Oh my god, even better. Double Scab Scrape right here. This is why you press spacebar before you drop abilities. The banner was over here, so I thought they were overlapped on the Skeleton Spears, but they're actually overlapped with the other Nekara Warrior. Double Scab Scrape right here would probably kill both these units. It does a disgusting amount of damage. Zombies are making it impossible for the Tomb King shooting to get online the way they need to be. Another zombie summon on the Chosen of the Gods. Just to continue adding insult to injury. Thought you could use them. Guess what, buddy? Sorry. Just have these zombies, like, slow walk them down. And Chosen of the Gods are losing HP to these zombies every single time they get a summon dropped on them. I mean, they're losing a little bit of momentum here. And the Dire Pack has gotten pretty decent value. They're distracting like crazy, and they've killed a Skeleton Horse Archer and helped kill another Skeleton Horseman up top here with the help of that Crypt Ghoul. Nice Kotep Sandstorm. I don't know if that was Sekhmet's or the Bound Sandstorm, though. They look fairly similar. There's a way to tell if you zoom in, but I don't know. I'm not like 100% familiar enough to tell right off the top of my head there. Crypt Horrors are getting out onto the field. Once the Crypt Horrors start coming out in force, that's usually the end of the game. If Crypt Horrors start getting established, and you can't shoot them down before subsequent summons of them come out, you're just not going to be able to do much of anything. Sternsman grinding away happily as can be. They've got regen, they've only dropped 2 models, and they're just absolutely bulldozing this Nekara Warrior. And the Graveguard Great Weapon is still grinding away, doing what it can. I really don't think the Balefire Corpse cards have contributed much here, because it's not like the flaming attacks are, like, notably better against Tomb Kings or anything. Honestly, just getting the Unholy Lodestone is just as good. I mean, they cost the same amount of money, unless something's changed recently, which I really don't think it has. The Unholy Lodestone just gives a small passive heal that I think is way more valuable against Tomb Kings. Because Tomb Kings, sure, they've got Realm of Souls, and they've got the Nakara Lore passive, which it's a big mistake to not bring on Kotep, because Kotep's going to be dropping a lot of spells. I don't know why you wouldn't want to bring Lore of Nakara for some small passive healing as well. It's not like the fire damage and magic damage is really helping against much of anything. There's not really any units on the Tomb Kings roster that are like weak to either of those. They're like a very traditional army in a lot of respects, except for the fact that they're, you know, undead. They're a lot like the Empire. Tomb Kings and Empire have a lot more in common than you would think. The only difference is that Tomb Kings don't really have the heavy cavalry that the Empire do. And that would be something really cool to see. If Tomb Kings got like a couple of like buffed up skeleton horsemen, like a counterpart to like the Black Knights, but just a little bit more noble, so to speak. That would be a pretty cool unit. I'm sure you could find a way to fit them in with the Tomb Kings aesthetic. I know they're like ancient Egypt themed. A little bit of like Babylonian stuff mixed in there. Well, part of the fun of fantasy is being able to mix and match elements, and I feel like the Tomb Kings would probably have something approaching like a heavy cavalry unit somewhere along the line. I don't think it would really mess with like the faction identity at all. I think it would just be like, it could be like a fun RWAR unit at the very least. Yeah, really good games. Nice, scrappy game, but the Tomb Kings fall once more to the Vampire Counts. I mean, Vampire Counts have so much healing. They've got so much backline disruption. White Kings are just a freaking nightmare for Tomb Kings to deal with. And then the Graveguard, I still think the Halberds would have been a better choice, but the Great Weapons did alright, and the Sternsmen were solid as always. I mean, they took like no damage that entire match. Black Knights were, you know, there. It's the nicest thing I can say about them. It was really just the constant grind. Slowly turning against the Tomb Kings that just did them in. The Nakara Warriors are just too flimsy. They were not able to sustain, and the Horse Archers, they kept getting bunched up because of the zombie summons, and the Chosen of the Gods ended up paying for itself, but you just need a lot more out of them in this matchup than what was had. The Shopti came in too late. Screaming Skull Catapult could have come out sooner, I guess, and assisted. I think Skeleton Archer Chariots early would actually be a pretty good play, because you could use them to run down zombies and just do some good shock damage early on, and they've got good mass since they're a chariot unit. The zombie summon's not going to lock them down, and they have a pretty powerful archer on the back. The guy has a lot of missile strength at the very least. You could use them to still shoot at the Cryptars and keep them under pressure, and then you can probably bring a couple of Skeleton Horse Archers like in proper reserve, so that you can bring even more bodies in the front line, like some Tomb Guard instead of Nakara Warriors even. Some Tomb Guard Halberds would be some really good bump and grind against all this garbage. I know that the Graveguard Great Weapons would still be a little threatening, but I think it'd be better than running all this. And I think Kotep's okay, but I'd rather see Cetra on the Sphinx. Cetra on the Sphinx can just bully heavy infantry which is usually the weakness that the Tomb Kings have in matchups, is just getting overwhelmed by like armored bodies that are just really hard to bring down and have good cap weight. Filoni versus Lazy Potato. Chowie versus Norska. This is actually, you know, I know this sounds crazy. The faction that has a lot of Physres and regen, you'd think would lose horrifically to the faction that's got a lot of magic damage and flaming attacks. Well, even before Bearman got introduced, I actually think this was a perfectly fine matchup for Norska. I don't think it was like easy by any means, but Norska is just so ferocious, and they've actually got some decent options for infantry with just basic Marauders and Marauder great weapons. They can actually trade pretty okay into Chaos Dowie Warriors once they start getting Rage charged up. The only thing you really needed to worry about was the Iron Demons, and Norska has like decent enough skirmish options in AP shooting that you can bring an Iron Demon down with just like a couple of volleys from like a Marauder Hunter, for example. You can use Skin Wolves to surround the demons and chip them down that way. Use your horsemen, like throwing axes or whatever else you might need. And stuff like the Deathstreak rocket launchers are actually kind of hard to protect from Norska pressure, because they can get some units up the field really fast. Especially stuff like the Norscan Ice Wolves and the Beast of Tashnar can absolutely tenderize a Deathstreak rocket launcher in a matter of moments. Beasts of Tashnar have anti-large attacks. And they have really good characteristics for surrounding something like this and just chewing it to bits. They pile into combat so effectively. Plus, you got Famir. Famir are actually really strong here. Even the basic Famir, I really prefer the Miststalkers over the more standard ones still, but the armor sundering is just so critical. It does so much work against the Chaos Dowie Warriors especially, because it takes them down to 55 armor. And then stuff like your Bearmen and Marauders can just chew through those armored infantry at that point. Not really struggled too badly in the process. So, a little bit of a risky pushback here. Marauder Horsemen getting around the flank with some Norscan Ice Wolves, following this up to try and get at the artillery piece. I don't think a Deathstreak rocket launcher, honestly, after many matches watched, I don't think the Deathstreaks are all that scary for a faction like Norska. They can be annoying, and they can chip away at you, and they got a lot of ammo, but it does take them a long time, typically, to get, like, a significant amount of value to really overwhelm your forces. I think the most important thing you can do as Norska is minimize your losses by going for those risky dives, and just focusing on winning the frontline fights, which you actually have a pretty odds-on chance of winning as long as you play fairly close together. And just apply some, like, basic pressure to any, like, mid-range shooting units, which are far more dangerous for you. Like the Infernal Guard Fireglaves, the Okolhan's Wolf Boys. You can just have your units pushing around, getting on top of them, locking them down by getting them into melee with them. That's usually more than enough to get yourself in a winning position. Marauder Bearman really steamrolling this middle objective. Just all the unpaid interns are running away. The Chaos Dowie Warriors aren't having a very good time either. Shaman Sorcerer of Metal is a really good choice here. You can just run this guy around, Searing Doom stuff. Plague of Rust, Final Transmutation is good for hitting like the Sorcerer Prophet if you need to. Really, though, Searing Doom, you just use Searing Doom to bully Infernal Guard Fireglaves. These guys don't have any resistance to magic, so they're actually very vulnerable to the bombardment. And you can throw this from 200 meters out, which is farther than their actual range, so you can do it very safely as well. Even though Norsk is not trading incredibly well up top here, they are still holding this objective, and the Fireglaves are obstructed. You can see they're not actually shooting here, despite having an order. They're LOS'd right now. You really got to zoom in close sometimes to make sure that you're not putting your guys in a position where you zoom out and you're like, why the hell are you not shooting? Like, obviously you can see them. Nope, not a bit. They can't see shit down here. So they can't shoot the Famir even. They're gonna push forward. Now they can get in a position to cover and shoot at the Bearmen here. The Bearmen, great weapons, are trying to stream forward. They are gonna be a great target for these gunners if they get set up in time. They finally turn their attention over. One good volley at least. Come on, guys. Bit of a lackluster volley there. This could be a bit of a problem. I mean, at least the Blazing Beards of Asherik are here. They're going to get in here and scrap it up with the Marauder Bearmen and do pretty good. But Norska is really starting to get a stranglehold in these points. They've been doing a good job of playing off of them so far to get a nice little lead. And they can just bounce something out over here onto the number 1 and grab that real quick. Miststalker's coming up. Favorite unit in the game. I love the Miststalker. Well, one of them. There's so many good, there's so many fun, interesting units. These guys are awesome because they have a terror-causing attribute. And that makes them really good against the Chowie especially, because Chaos Chowie actually don't have very good leadership. Like, their Chaos Chowie warriors have respectable leadership, sure, but they don't have ITP, so they can rout. And then you've got to take into account that there's a lot of interns on the field, and those guys have really atrocious leadership. So the Miststalkers can be a really nice unit to just, like, move up onto a point, anchor around, irritate your opponent, and just make it very, very difficult for them to keep their super cheap stuff into fights, tiring your guys out, and then leaving the Chaos Dowry Warriors a lot more exposed, and even getting the Chaos Dowry Warriors to terror route at inopportune moments at times. Piece of Tashanar going for the number 1 objective. Yeah, I mean, just chill here, wait, do what you can. Filoni really needs to bring some stuff out onto the field. Looks like the Deathshriek rocket launcher may have been caught out back here. I don't know if these Ice Wolves died trying to chase off the field, but regardless, even though the, Chaos Dowie have a bit of a value lead, it's not that substantial, and Filoni has been very timid with the Sorcerer Prophet of Fire. He's really not been trying to go for much of anything with this dude, except dropping the, Burning Heads. That's a nice Burning Head on the Worshippers of the Crow. You get the Kadai Fireborn gunning in, doing some great damage, but a really nice Final Transmutation about to come in and just absolutely smash the HP on the Sorcerer Prophet. And good damage on the Kadai Fireborn. Kadai have the model profile that makes them quite weak to Final Transmutation. So that is just tremendous value. This guy finally getting a good juicy amount. Dropping a nice little Plague of Rust here just to lower the armor isn't bad, because there is base weapon damage on the great weapons anyways. That could be contributed here. There's also some Bearmen in. And it just turns these guys into a pumpkin. They go from 80 armor down to 50, and they just get dragged to their doom and death. Got a big wave of garbage coming in, man. I don't know about spending my money on all of that. I'd much rather be trying to get, like, a Bull Centaur render out on the field. Or actually, maybe not a Bull Centaur render. Probably just a reinforcing wave of, Chowie Warriors. Once they're off cooldown in the reinforcement pool, just like 3 or 4 infantry to just hard push this middle objective, and then maybe find something that can shoot the Miststalkers a little bit. One of the reasons that Famir is so good in this matchup is because of the, missile resistance. They've got 25 at base, and then they've got From the Mist, which gives them another 25% plus 5 more melee defense, so you can see they are pretty stacked on all fronts for just being a really grindy and irritating unit that the Chowie can, like, ill afford to engage on their own terms. Both Centaur Renders are about the only thing that can really effectively fight this guy. Which is why I was thinking maybe one of those would be pretty nice to bring in, but I don't know, maybe not. Norscan Ice Wolves running rampant over here. Sneaky Gits are dragging a few models down, but the Norscan Ice Wolves do chase the Hobgoblin Wolf Riders off. And the number one is still being held by Norscan. Actually gonna stay Norsca's, because the Sneaky Gits are gonna lose this fight here. The Norscan Ice Wolves, with their big weapon strength and 48 models, really are quite a ferocious unit, especially against really cheap stuff. They're one of the units that I think is really critical for making what might otherwise seem like an awkward matchup for one side into honestly quite a fair and maybe even favorable matchup for them instead. I'm just tearing everything apart over here. Bellator's character finally landing on the ground to bully the Sorcerer. This needed to happen a lot sooner. I mean, this guy really didn't have much protection at all. There's not really a lot of mass to stop the Bellator's character from trying to land on him and just run him down. The Bellator's are actually pretty quick. In fact, faster than the Shaman at base. A little slower on the ground, obviously, but it's not the end of the world. You can see this guy is doing a great job of getting down in here, and all you need are a few hits, man. Just one fumbled engagement from your opponent, and the Shaman Sorcerer basically on death's bed. In fact, might just straight up die here. See, these Bellator's have great animations. They're just so ferocious. Oh, the Shaman Sorcerer goes down, gets ripped in half. And the Skinwolves are on top of the Taurus character, but Plague of Rust wears off right as they get into this fight. They also don't have a full surround on them. They're a little pinned up against the terrain here, though, so that's kind of nice. Oh, but in position to get hit by the Infernal Guard Fireglaives. This is where the Chowie are going to bring it back. I mean, the Sorcerer Prophet hit a huge burning head on these two Bearmen earlier. Did a bunch of damage to them. Now the Demon's Tongue with its flamethrower and just good anti-infantry characteristics has a chance of grinding a lot of this down. And look at the high ground objective being overrun by Wolf Raiders and reinforcing Sneaky Gits. Norsca is just pouring Marauders into these engagements and just completely out of steam. All of a sudden, apparently the mass tide of interns was the right way to go. I mean, just completely bogging down the fights on those objectives, and then getting the Demon's Tongue and some Kadai out, paying off big dividends there. First Fimir didn't do much. Miststalkers also didn't really do a whole lot. I do feel like the overindulgence and pressure on the Deathstreak rocket kind of did Norsca in here. Like I said, way better to work on punishing Infernal Guard Fireglaves and winning frontline fights, because you've got a good advantage there as long as you don't overindulge in sacrificing units into the back line. Just wait until the late game. Artillery takes a long time to get value anyways. Deathstreak anti-infantry shots are dodgeable, and the demo rocket does track. But if you just hide your Shaman Sorcerer in the forest and don't let him get shot by the Deathstreak is going to take ages to whittle down a Fimir. Like, it's just it'd just be ages to actually get anything done. More archers help Tomb... No, not really. Tomb Kings just have an awful matchup against the undead. It really is pretty terrible. The best thing you can do is the Tomb Kings is Sphinx of Uskef to try and kill all the corpse carts and characters. And have some mobile shooting. That was a really good game, Filoni. You did a really great job of bringing the bodies out. Like, I thought that your big push of interns was going to come to tears, because they were just going to get routed off the field by swarms of, like, Norscan numbers or outground by Bearmen, but they actually held the ground long enough for the Demon's Tongue and the Kadai to start getting engaged and doing some good damage. And your Bale Taurus, when you started using this guy, man, you're super inactive with him early on, and honestly, maybe that was the right call. But you killed the Marauder Horsemen pretty early on. And Famir are really not that threatening for him. I just feel like you could have been more aggressive from the get-go. But I will say, once you started using him in the late game there, to full effect, you just absolutely clocked Lazy Potato. The intern tied indeed. Miststalkers. Yeah, Miststalkers are pretty freaking good if you use them in the right circumstance. There's definitely not, you're definitely not bringing them every matchup, but against Chowie, against Elves, they can get you so much value, and they're fun as hell because their stalk allows them to go for deep flanks. You can actually start with them in your army and even go for... I've done that a couple times with these dudes. Like, use them to slow walk around the map and then bring out, like, a tide of Warhounds and Ice Wolves. And then your opponent brings up some cavalry or something, thinking that they're going to engage the Beasts of Tashnar, and you run them through the Miststalkers. Cavalry collide with the Miststalkers and get tied up on them, and then the Beasts of Tashnar and the Ice Wolves wheel around and just run them down. Stuff like that can be really hilarious. Like, Gambit openings are one of my favorite things to try and pull off against people. You'd be surprised how often it works if you just have a game plan of what you want to execute and how to force your opponent into, like, an awkward fight or situation. So we got some Wood Elves going up against High Elves. I actually think this is a High Elf favored matchup. But there's a few units that I think are best against the Wood Elves that the High Elves have, and Lother and Seaguard with shields I think are way better than what we're using here. I mean, Shadow Warriors are not like a bad unit, but I don't know, man. Something about them versus just running Shadow Walkers and spending the extra 150 gold just doesn't feel quite right. Like, you compare their missile strength and the fact that Shadow Walkers have poison and anti-infantry bonus, just generally better in every regard other than HP. I don't know. Like, I guess they could outskirmish the Way Watchers potentially. They're not that much cheaper than Way Watchers, though. They're, what? Yeah, only 200 gold cheaper. Shadow Walkers are 50 gold cheaper than, Way Watchers. I don't know, man. It's hard to say. Wood Elves are a very tough faction to play against. Anybody who can, like, beat the Wood Elves is cool in my book, so we're just gonna have to see how this one goes for, Stofers. This is a matchup where Silverhelms really shine, and Stofers does love his Silverhelms. Last tournament, it got him into trouble because he was overindulging in them in some less than optimal matchups, but saw him play really well last game. We'll see if he can keep up that momentum against TL here. Wraiths of the Frozen Heart are being pushed forward. Hawkeyes of Drakir are shooting Ship's Company, which is amazing for the Wood Elves, or the High Elves, by the way. Anytime Way Watchers are wasting their ammo against Silver Shields is just peak for you on the other side. I would even say you want to push just a little bit farther forward to screen a bit better, but that is a beautiful opening volley from the Shadow Walkers and the Warriors. Absolutely icing the Hawkeyes of Drakira, taking them down to half HP immediately. Way Watchers on the other side, man, shooting a bunch of spears, and Ship's Company still... Stofers has a slight value lead, but I think that's very false, because you can very easily replace Spearmen in some Ship's Company and be just fine. Beautiful breath attack, though, from the Glade Lord. The Glade with Pravenoth Rama and Arrow of Kurnus. Nice character, very strong option up in the sky. I think that breath attack kind of paid out evenly, considering the Hawkeyes of Jakira are, you know, about as healthy as the Shadow Walkers are. And actually still have more of their models. For now, at least. Both sides just kind of staring off here. Nobody really doing much of anything. The actual opening engagement is going to happen on the #1 objective here. As a Dryad wanders up into a ship's company. Spearman, what you want to do here, actually... This is a little bit of a long-term maneuver. You get this Spearman, push it up to about right here, form it in a line. Get the Ranger up and have the Ranger flank onto the back of the Dryad. And the ship's company is probably going to be about close to breaking by that point. But the Rangers will be behind the Dryads. Whenever ship's company are left, will still be occupying attention here. You should be able to crush the Dryads at that point, and you'll have a spear to protect from any cavalry trying to pressure onto your units up here as you win that fight. 3 Dryads are just completely immobilized, hanging out over here. Lithanar is slowly poking down the Glade Lord. And a Lithanar is, like, dirt cheap compared to the Glade Lord in total overall price, so even though he doesn't have as much value, I would say it's more effective value at the end of the day. It's going to take a long time, I think, for either side to get an edge here. And look at the Dryad withdrawal. Really smart, actually. TL with a very heads-up play here to retreat away from the Rangers. And leaving the ship's company nice and low, but it is going to be hard to overrun this position. This is where I would grab a Silverhelm and send it to the top. This Silverhelm will absolutely crush the War Dancers and the Dryads on the charge, because Silverhelms have 64 charge bonus. With that much and pretty heavy armor, I mean, they will just impact into the Dryads and send them flying all over the place, and then they can just pull back, and whatever models do get caught in melee will only take a little bit of damage, thanks to the fact that they're just going to be so resilient to the non-AP weapon strength of these, like, War Dancers and Dryads, who, you know, don't have much to their name. 10 AP is okay, but with the melee defense buff on, it's, you know, not really going to be great as they're getting, like, run down. Illyrian Reavers coming up, Silverhelms hanging in and hanging out, Breath Attack going down, but that Glade Lord gets popped by the Archers. Shadow Warriors with some great volleys, actually really good Shadow Warrior micro here. Shadow Walker's not doing too badly either. Yeah, I guess the Shadow Warrior core is actually a pretty good call. I'm really liking the performance from them so far. It's decision-making time. You either commit to the low ground here, which I think actually is what Stofers is going for. It looks like what he's doing is just planning to hold ground on the #1 as long as possible. And the Dryads over here actually pulled back, and the High Elves are holding this point. Storm Riders and Talons of Torquilita came out to reinforce on the low ground here. Wraiths of the Frozen Heart are still grinding, but they've run into Silver and Guard now, and Silver and Guard matching up against the Wraiths. Actually a really good fight for the Silverans. They've got about even stats, but they've got a lot more HP and, or just thus more resilient than the Wraiths here. The Fizz Res for the Wraiths is nice, but they're also being peppered by Bowfire, and the Talons of Torquilita are definitely going to punch pretty nicely through them with the fact that they're imbuing Flammable on the Wraiths on top of the already pretty abysmal fire weakness that Dryads have. Really nice win here. I don't think I would commit anything up here at this point. Like, the Silverhelms are honestly not charging into a very good fight. They're opening up their entire flank. The Wild Hunters of Kurnus get a beautiful engagement as a result. Right up onto the edge of this Silverhelm and just chunking down the HP on these poor guys now. What a beautiful breath attack. That's the last breath attack, though. And actually didn't do as much damage as I thought it would. Honestly, coming away pretty lackluster for the Wood Elves, and they're going to take this point, but boy, oh boy, has it taken an age and more, and a good volley from the Shadow Warriors just to push the Wild Hunters of Kurnus back. And the Silverhelms are holding here. Oh no, and the Lord stays a little too long. Oh, barely moving before she gets absolutely nailed by the shots from all these archers who are just continuing to cause problems, and it's just making TL very hesitant to maneuver around. And his Weight Watchers have been very inactive. They've done next to nothing. They're healthier, sure, but at the end of the day, getting actual damage off on your enemy is way more important than, like, preserving your forces so assiduously. I guess he's been waiting for this double Stagnite buildup. He's got 2 Stagnites on the field now. The Dryads are trying to move to the middle. They're just getting peppered, though, by the Storm Riders and the Talons. Talons whittling down one Dryad, Storm Riders the other. Ship's Company definitely want to move over a little bit and just make sure that the Dryads don't squeeze through this gap and get on top of the Talons of Torquilita. Nice volley coming from the archers here, hitting the Stagnites. We need to see the Silverhelms pull the trigger and get up here to protect. They're so far in the back line. This could be a catastrophe. Well, the Shadow Warriors get charged, but they honestly hold up pretty nice and just long enough for the Silverhelms to carry home the charge here, interposing enough mass that they're going to be able to lock down the Stagnites. Stagnites don't have a lot of armor. Silverhelms are going to have an okay time here, and you can see the Wild Hunters of Currents just get absolutely crushed by this preponderance of cavalry. Oh my god, the mass Silverhelms finally coming in for the big plays right now. And the Stagnites are definitely disrupting pretty well right now. How far is that going to go, though, is the question. Because you also got to account for the fact that you need to protect your Way Watchers. One Way Watcher is getting jumped by Silverhelms right now. You're not going to be able to shoot these guys off with your other Way Watchers because of the overlapping units and their unwillingness to friendly fire. And you can see them obstructed right now. And War Dancers, man, not doing too hot. They're actually on the Woven Mist, and their stats are really low right now. And look at this Silverhelm just chewing up all of these Wood Elves right now. Oh, and a beautiful flank with the Illyrian Reavers. War Dancers getting pretty spread apart, and a Spearman coming over to support is nice. Man, oh god, and TL's Stagnites getting destroyed on the low ground here. Both of them dead and gone now. One got 1,600 value, so it at least paid for itself, but the other was really not doing much of anything. Dryads are being cleaned up now, and what do we have? Yeah, Shadow Warriors pretty beat up, but there's still enough of these guys around that they can continue contributing. See the Shadow Walkers doing alright. Shadow Warriors and the Walkers both getting shut down there. Can the High Elves hold? Oh, or the Wood Elves, honestly. Yeah, the Wood Elves are just not holding enough. And they're losing all their units, and the points are just not flipping, so the High Elves just walk away with an objective win, basically. I think TL just knows it's just not going to happen. Yeah, and just like War Dancers getting swarmed by cavalry. A beautiful game by Stofers. That is incredibly patient play. He just did not panic, did not overinvest in any area of the battlefield that was, you know, a weakness for him, and punished his opponent when he finally pulled the trigger and tried to approach in with his mobility. Yeah, that's rough, man. The Way Watchers not getting anything done here. Slaanesh. Slaanesh versus the Chaos Dowie. I really don't know who's, like, favored in this matchup, honestly. I imagine this is pretty tough for the Chaos Dowie. I mean, Slaanesh is just good against every faction, honestly, in general. I don't think they have, like... Does Slaanesh have a single bad matchup? Like, maybe Bretonnia and, Bretonnia and maybe Wood Elves, I guess? Even those can still be won, though. I don't know, dude. Slaanesh is just really gross. They just have so many strong, affordable units. And their army ability, or their mark, is just so crazy with ITP and Strider. I mean, Strider alone is good enough. ITP on top of it, so that your units never run away and you're always faster because you also get speed and you got poison on, like, 100 speed units. Come on, man. Please be so serious. Plus, you got really good magic. Like, if it's not Shadow's magic, which is really strong... you've got some of the best, like, mobility disruption spells in the game in the lore of Slaanesh. Like Phantasmagoria and, Pavane. Pavane's a little less strong nowadays. Mostly you see Shadow's magic from Slaanesh, but they're not fussed about that. It's just a really good lore in general. Mirror Guard and Hellstriders go into the high ground. A lot of devoted Marauders on the low ground are going to get absolutely pounded by the Infernal Ironsworn blasting charges. These things are going to annihilate these poor guys. And they've got 2 volleys with these. Okay, they didn't throw them all, that's why. Oh my god. Yeah, half a HP down to less than half over here. Nice Pit of Shades and the Infernal Guard Fireglaves. A decent amount of that unit was out of the radius of it, though, so they're not going to take quite as much as they otherwise would have. And the Horsemen actually getting blobbed up by the Iron Demon and taking a lot of damage. These Iron Demons actually do a lot of work against cavalry in melee. Plus, when you run away, the shotgun on the top does a ton of work against Cav, because it not only suppresses, but it fires a bunch of projectiles, all of which can kill multiple models on these types of units. You can see there just blasting. Look how many guys it killed! Oh my god. Holy smokes. It killed like 11 dudes with that one shotgun blast. Yeah, Fiends getting in against Infernal Ironsworn. I don't think that's going to go very far. Infernal Ironsworn have wicked high stats. They just turn around and start beating down on stuff. And actually, Astrogoth, Zulahul himself is bonking poor Sigval, who's fleeing in terror right now. Ironsworn just need to stand and fight. If you just face check Slaanesh with, like, high-quality units, that's generally how you beat them. Yeah, just stand here, poke away, just let the Infernal Ironsworn get whatever value they can get at this point. If you run away, your units just get absolutely clowned on because of the devastating flanker trait, which is another thing that Slaanesh has that's just kind of game-breaking at times. Anyways, you know, like, 1 or 2 of these things would be one thing, but, like, most of the Slaanesh roster having access to pretty much all of that at once is usually what makes them a little overtuned. But, Sad Situation, I think, fumbled his opening engagement pretty badly, and Maniac reinforcing with some really good units, bringing up some Chaos Dowie Great Weapons just to go grind down the Mirror Guard. Slowly but surely. Hobgoblin Wolf Rider's not really going to do much against the Hellstriders. That's a little unfortunate. I probably want to stop trying to play these off-angle objectives like this. You've got a huge edge on the number 2 right now. I think what you want to do is reinforce down here. You get the Chaos Dowie Great Weapons here. Full health, Infernal Ironsworn on that corner. Push the other 2 Ironsworn and Great Weapons up to the number 3. And try and overwhelm that objective. Instead of trying to play off this high ground objective where your opponent has the Mirror Guard and Hellstriders anchoring, That's asking a lot of your units, honestly. Like, the Forsaken are just not nearly as threatening. We do have a Fiend coming in. Slaanesh is just so scary that the Chaos Dowie, I think, are a little unsure of how to tackle this. Definitely need something to hold this number 2 point. Don't want to just leave the Infernal Fire Glaives completely open to getting attacked by some, like, 100-speed unit out of the Vanguard here. I mean, they close ground so quickly, stuff like Fiends and Hellstriders do, that they will very quickly overwhelm these guys if they're caught out. It's all about positioning and formation in matchup against the depraved god of excess. Infernal Ironsworn just absolutely crushing the Forsaken on the charge, even. They've only got a charge bonus of 12, and they still did more damage than the Forsaken on the collision. And without a doubt, they're going to win in the long grind. Even getting hit by this spell, oh, a Fascination, no less, I don't think is going to matter too much. Oh my god, but it does so much damage, dude. What the hell? Alright, Fascination doing a bunch of damage, and now a really devastating Pit of Shades. But the Forsaken do break. The Pit of Shades does just enough damage to finish them. Fiends against Infernal Ironsworn Part 2, stop walking away. Like, they're not going to get away from these guys. There's no point waddling off. Like, I know you're a little antsy, but you're just feeding value to the Fiends at this point. Like, look how quickly they're racking up value. It's because Devastating Flanker is proccing every time they get an attack on the flank of these units. Oh no, and another Fiend is coming out. This might be a full wash over here for the Chaos Dowie. Oh, they're going for the blunderbusses in the Infernal Guard. Oh my god, and they're opening up the flank too. These guys have charge defense versus large. Gotta turn them forward. Oh, they're gonna die. Oh, pretty quickly too. The Fiends don't get great attacks off at first, but now they're really starting to chew on these guys, just busting them up. Okay, finally the Infernal Ironsworn decide to stand and fight, and the Fiends start to drop HP much quicker as a result. Some Kadai and Chaos Dowie, great weapons coming down, and we got another Iron Demon on the field, which I think is a really good call. Yeah, now that there's nothing going on the top objective here, do get a double cap. I think you're okay on the double. If you just keep the pressure up, don't want to fight Sigvald. I mean, Sigvald's been healing this whole time. He's, like, basically back at full. Astrogoth is a good character, but he's tired now. He does not want to fight Sigvald in a 1v1. It's just not going to go well for him over the course of time, especially with Silver Slash and Mortal Blow as an option for Sigvald. He's going to start sundering armor and getting huge weapon strength buffs. Plus, the Perfect Vigor is just going to outpace what Astrogoth is able to do. He's going to get tired out eventually. Nice little Ash Storm here. It's an okay spell. Anything to disrupt the mobility of Slaanesh is good. Fiends eventually get dragged down here. The Infernal Guard, Fire Glaives barely survive with 31 models, thanks to some very timely Wolf Raiders getting onto the flank, and these guys can definitely chew down Fiends if they get the Cowardly Despoilers buff activated. Ooh, a Firestorm, very well timed Firestorm too. Right in front of the Mirror Guard, and it is doing some huge damage despite not being a spell that has tremendous amounts of AP. Just hits them square on the nose, and Bolt Centaur renders to follow through with a little bit of a lackluster charge. But good AP damage nonetheless. Should be able to push these guys off the field here. Just don't let Astrogoth die. That's my only request. Kadai are pushed very deep, but they are keeping back some units. Eternal Entourage out here on the field now. Chaos Dowie, great weapons are hanging out around here. Infernal Guard should... Fire Glaives especially should be unsummoned, and this Ironsworn should be unsummoned as well. This other one is healthy enough, I'd keep it out. Good movement to resecure this point and just not let situations start winning on the caps. And yeah, you went on the double cap, so just sit on this the rest of the game. Don't move. Just don't move off of the points. Reinforce your objectives with some solid infantry. And you should be okay. Slaanesh is starting to pour out Fiends and Forsaken again. Eternal Entourage is up here being annoying as always. It's not really anything to punish this Allure S. And she does have some nice abilities. Like, Locus of Beguilement's pretty nasty, actually. The Withering is an okay spell, and Pit of Shades has been doing a lot of work. She's got 1,000 value, which is respectable. Sigvald versus Astrogoth Part 4, I guess. Iron Demon in here trying to chip him down as well. I just don't see killing Sigvald getting you that far. Blunderbusses are about to die to the Eternal Entourage. A little bit of a shot coming in there from downtown from the Iron Demon is nice. Oh my god, and the Blasting Charge is getting wasted over here. Would have been way better on the Eternal Entourage. And yeah, Blunderbusses go down. Bull Centaur's moving over to try and help out. We've got the Chaos Tower Warriors going up for the number 2 objective. Slaanesh did cap the number 3 though, and Interns on the number 1 is only going to go so far. See a Forsaken coming out on the other side over there. Slaanesh going for their super fast infantry again, and Astrogoth getting killed by the Fiends. Fiends at 2,300 value here. Eternal Entourage doing okay for now, but starting to get manhandled a little bit with the arrival of the Bull Centaurs and the Kadai. Frontal Ironsworn sitting underfoot are trading well. I just don't know if Maniac has enough units in his army to hold any of these objectives the way he needs to, man. I mean, it's been rough, and it's been seemingly downhill for a lot of this for the Chaos Dowie, because they just are not able to maneuver the same way that Slaanesh can. Like, Slaanesh, because of how strong all their mobile units are, is just able to threaten every objective just by being the faction that they are. They can rush Forsaken, who have 51 speed forward and no time flat, like 100 speed Hellstriders. Fiends have 95 speed. Any 1v1 they get, they can win because of devastating flanker and their speed and their impact damage and just a million little things. And it's just hard to fight them. And it's not like Maniac is even playing poorly. He's just not able to get any local advantage, and he's made a few mistakes that have been just enough for Slaanesh to punish. That you can just ill afford to make. You just can't afford to make mistakes against this faction. Yeah, Fiends with 3,000 value here, pretty nice. Iron Demon gets more power and starts peeling away from the Hellstriders. The other Iron Demon popping it, answering the mighty call of industry. Trying to move up, shoots at the Allure S. The Allure S got popped by one of these demon shots earlier. Hasn't made good contact since then. Yeah, with this win up top here, I mean, this cap situation is approaching the point of no return for Maniac. He was holding a double cap for a little while, that was nice, but he's just not going to be able to do this. I was reading the objectives a little bit backwards earlier. I think I might have said that Maniac had the higher amount of points. What I meant to say was he had less, but he would have been fine sitting on these 2 objectives and eventually won against Situation, holding the double cap. He started splitting his attention a little much and just kept getting unsettled. He kept moving into the open field here. If you just sit on your points
There is only defeat.
with your elite infantry and then use your mid-tier infantry as like filler in the middle, to allow your mobility to move between the 2 points. That's all you need to do against Slaanesh here. Any more than that is just stretching yourself out unnecessarily and opening yourself up to the flanks that Slaanesh is always looking for. I don't think you want a blunderbuss. I'd cut that. I would... Dude, I don't even know what you need. Actually, keep the blunderbuss. The blunderbuss is nice. Just play tight formations on the points and don't get pulled off of them, whatever you do, man. Spend less time dueling Sigvald. I mean, Sigvald is just not very killable. He is super frustrating, but he takes ages to get value if he's just grinding through infantry. Especially stuff like Infernal Ironsworn he actually doesn't do great damage to. You can just tar pit him endlessly on a point. Use Astrogoth elsewhere on the field to try and threaten the Allure S, maybe, or just to countercharge Fiends and use his Firestorms on top of, like, Eternal Entourage as they get into fights and whatnot. Just anything but sending him in against character that can heal like crazy. I mean, Sigvald has a perpetual heal. If you don't finish him off in one engagement, he just walks away and he just heals it all up because his heal is so strong. Sigvald's killable. You just don't want to spend a bunch of time trying to kill him with your Lord, who does not heal. Because, if you, like I said, if you don't get that kill, then he just walks away with the auric armor, and he comes back later and as strong as before, while you're way worse off because you're going to get tired out eventually. The Mean Green Fighting Machine versus some counts here. We saw Nieper win. Nieper won that first game, right? Pretty sure he did. Going up against Sad Brian here. We'll see what happens here. Orc boys across the field, a lot of archers. Arrow boys are really good in this matchup. I've actually wondered about, for the greenskins especially, going a full archer build and only bringing your infantry in reserve. Because, it's not like there's a lot of mobility that can go after your archers. And if you go Savage Orc Arrow Boys, these guys are good enough in melee combat, they can actually fight off Scurvy Dogs. Because of their Phys Res and their melee attack and weapon strength, they're not bad melee combatants. Especially against Hounds and Fellbats. They're really strong. It used to be a meta choice for the greenskins in this matchup in like Warhammer 2 days. Night Goblin Shaman, this is actually a great call. Vindictive Glare is going to destroy Silostra if you just camper with it. It's also pretty good against deck gunners and the like. And I think it does good damage into the handgunners as well. At least respectable damage, at the very least. Mogrubs are posting up. They're going to waste a volley on the deckhand polearms, which you definitely don't really want to do. I just pull back with these guys. They're gonna get lit up by Shade Wraith Gunners if they stick around here. Better to get them into reserve to where they can just kind of hide out for a minute. And then come back out when the situation is a little bit less sketchy. Like, maybe once you've got some more mobile options, like, kind of, like, swarm into the back line and try and take these guys down. Or once you've sniped Silostra out. Should be possible. I mean, if you just get those Vindictive Glares going sooner than later. I mean, it's got a long range on it. 250 meters is no joke. Grom, keeping him back is smart, and yeah, just whittling down the front line is the way to go. Like, I really do swear by this method of it. This is one of the few times that you want to have your archers, like, poking into the front line. Normally, frontline troops have shields. These guys are just a meat shield. Like, literally 12,000 health, that's all they've got. Shit armor and stats. But they are a good roadblock for melee infantry, because they just take so long to get through. Hitting them with missiles and whittling them down early, though, you can get them down to, like, about half, or even better, like, to less than half HP, and then charge with your own infantry as the handgunners start moving up, so you avoid your own, avoid the return fire. Then, once your front line is engaged, you're going to grind through their stuff before they do. You can push your archers forward and start poking down the handgunners with your bows at that point. And you should have an advantage on both fronts, then. Oh, a catapult. Goblobber doing a little bit of damage. Is it? Oh, it's the Hammer of Gork, too. I do like the Hammer of Gork inclusion. It does imbue blinded, which is a accuracy penalty, which doesn't get reflected anywhere, but it does affect accuracy. The handguns fire a little bit less accurately and are not quite as strong in the DPS front. Beautiful Damn Knights Errant summon. On the other side of the field, you got Orc Boys and Grom fighting Night Terrors. Grom is giving ITP to these fellas, which is awesome. It's definitely giving the Greenskins a nice little engagement over here where they are getting a bit of a leg up. They're holding the number 1, so even though they're not really doing great on the number 2 objective, they're holding this down while they're getting a more secure win over here. And then the Counts, or the Coast rather, they've got to hold this flank here. They've got to hold this entire front line area. It's a massive front here. And then they've got to either contest the number 3, or they've got to somehow contest the number 1. Which is going to be really rough, no matter which way they turn and go. Vindictive Glares, no Vindictive Glares. Come on, man. At the very least, use it to hit the Shade Wraith Gunners and the handguns here, because a lot of the archers got pushed back. They've been getting overrun now by the Damn Knights Errant for a hot minute, and wasn't really much to protect them. It's down to Rugloods and this Orc Arrow Boy and the ones on the top objective here. Now, the game is very even, and Vampire Coast falters pretty hard in the late game if they start running out of ammo and gunners. Especially if you can get stuff like this going. An Orc Boy, even this depleted, is probably going to beat this Handgunner in combat. Because Handgunners have no stats. They have 8 attack and 6 defense, rather. Absolutely abominable. And Grom is not super snipeable. He is in a little bit of danger, though, because he is surrounded by the Lamprey's Revenge. Grom, get out of here, bro. Please. No. No, 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 not like this. Not our precious boy, Grom. Addictive Glare missing a little bit because Celestra is, like, pressed up against Grom. Broken Tusk Mob carrying a downhill charge against the Lamprey's Revenge is really nice. Oh, and they avoid the Fog of the Damned because they weren't in the initial cast radius. Grom is going to survive here, I think. One of the handgunners is locked down. The other is starting to get locked up by the Moonhowlers. Moonhowlers being very disruptive here at the critical moment of the battle. As long as the leadership of the Greenskins doesn't die, I think they can weather the incoming pressure that the Coast is throwing out. Shade Wraith Gunners need to be taken down, though. I definitely want to see some more Vindictive Glare action, but he's a little tied up against the Depth Guard. Mournghulls are getting into the Arrow Boys up top here. Savage Orc Arrow Boys should definitely push forward and finish off this Handgunner. Orc Boar Boys need to just skirt around this halberd and get into the Shade Wraith Gunners if possible. Moon Howlers are clearing this. Grom did not escape, and the Broken Tusk Mob is very fortunate to still be getting the immune to psychology from old Gromus, the Ponchos. Oh, but he dies anyways. The Lamper's Revenge get the last couple hits needed and finish him off. Oh my god, and the Broken Tusk Mob might very well route out of here now because of the terror from Silostra. Lamprey's Revenge are very weak, and they're down to 8 models, 7 models, 6, crumbling now, gonna be lost, that's a huge win. Some Scurvy Dogs in the field. Shooting Depth Guard is not really the way to go. Vindictive Glare is not good against armor. That's why it'd be so good against Silostra. She has no defenses against it. Same with Shade Wraith Gunners. Ooh, Sirens are disrupting pretty hard in the back line here. Oh my goodness. Good value. What have they been fighting back here? Just running stuff off the field, I guess. Morngul's routing an entire section of the Greenskin army. Look how much is running from one unit here. Oh, and the Orc Boar Boys routing off the wrong side of the field. Oh, they do rally, though. Get him in there. Orc Boar Boys screaming in, trying to get the Shade Wraith Gunners. It's looking a little rough, though, for the mean and green fighting machine. Scurvy Dogs running some stuff off the field back here. Grom dying is just such a big problem. Like, not only are you losing a lore that can provide you tremendous value in the late game, the leadership penalties and the fact that you're fighting a faction that causes fear across the board is, scary. Scurvy Dogs actually take down the Hammer of Gort. It was almost out of ammo, but you really, you know, always want to be able to unsummon your artillery. That just guarantees that it's going to get that extra little bit of value, and you can get a unit out on the field a little bit sooner that you probably desperately need, more often than not. Orc Boar Boys do take out the Shade Wraith Gunners. They crumble down. Deckhand Mobs holding on these points. A bunch of gunnery mobs moving to the number 1 up here. So that Brian's got 28 units in total. When he brings Grom back out. Okay, Grom the Punch back on the field. You have got to use Grom aggressively here, though. You need to start, like, getting around the flank and running over these Deckhand Mobs. Going in through these guys and just twisting and turning and running over anything that is not braced. Or just send them up top to bully the gunnery mobs. You can't really afford to lose this top ground objective either. Goblin Wolf Riders get shut down. Don't get the handguns to crumbling either. Handguns still have half their models left. Could definitely contribute some good damage here. Orc Arrow Boys are poking, and Bull Boys are just getting dragged down. A lot of their models got stuck in this depth guard over here, as you can see. And Morngul's are very hard to escape from, because they do have Frostbite. You know, obviously, which lowers speed by 30%. It can be very, 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 very agonizing in these late-game situations when you don't really have proper Morngul counters. And your opponent can, like, anchor on Depth Guard and Sirens. Rama's just hanging out, man. Like, doing less than nothing. Depth Guard actually got braced there, and they do have pretty nasty charge reflection because of their high stats. Their bonus versus large on top of Morngul's, man, oh man, these Orc Boar Boy biggins are getting clowned on.
Has been destroyed.
The Vindictive Glares are going to the wrong target. You just use that to kill Silastra. I'm shocked that Sad Brian isn't clocking that fact. He keeps trying to use it on Mournguls, and, I mean, Mournguls are a better target than, you know, some things, I guess, but... each of the individual missiles doesn't really do that much damage, so it's better concentrated on a single entity, like Silastra, or hitting something like the deckhand mobs or the deck gunners, who have a lot more models with a lot less HP per model, so that Vindictive Glare can either kill the models outright or work them down more effectively. Also, shooting Night Terrors is doing nothing because they have spell res and missile res. And this does technically count as both. So it's just kind of bouncing off these guys. The Night Terrors are just generally a very resilient unit. Doing a good job of helping the Coast Anchor on the number 3. Number 1 slowly being worked on. Mogur's Mangy Marauders have been thrown into melee way too many times for my liking. They're not built for that kind of grind. I do think Mogurubs are a good unit in this matchup, but you really want to play quite carefully with them. And really, I would only bring them in reserve. And then if I see Depth Guard, Mournguls, or best yet, Lamprey's Revenge, that's when I bring it out. Or Rotting Leviathan. Those are the things that Mogurubs are going to feast on. And they were just used, you know, a teeny bit inadequately here. They're just not built for melee combat. They don't do a lot of damage, not very disruptive, not hardy at all. Grom is pretty big and easy to snipe with guns. I mean, he is. He definitely can be. His ITP aura is pretty indispensable, though, and if you get him into engagements, then guns can't really shoot him. He's not that tall. As long as he's in a fight. If he's in the open field, he absolutely can get blasted to death. But that's why you really need to use your archers and your magic and other such tools to whittle those units down. And then in the late game, if all Grom is doing is running over infantry, he's going to be a happy little clam, because he just does great damage to stuff like deckhand mobs and even Depth Guard, even the Halberd Depth Guard, because he'll just roll right through the unit as long as they're not braced. Then you can just, like, run around to another target, hit them. You can use them to run over Scurvy Dogs as well. The only thing you couldn't run him into was the Lamprey's Revenge, and he kind of rolled right into them, and then promptly got surrounded, and the peel was not available for him soon enough, and he just ended up getting absolutely chewed through. Curious to see this one. So we got Stouffer's Eltharion on Deathwing. Deathwing is the name of his griffin, right? I don't entirely remember, but regardless, he is pretty decent against the Chaos Tower. He can control the skies with Tempest pretty well. He's got Mistwalker Barrage that he can use to, like, land on top of Chaos Tower warriors and just, like, really chew them up with. This does a ton of damage. Really strong. He can also terror out Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders pretty quickly. He's got Apotheosis for some really nice heal. He's just a great lord in general. By far the strongest of the High Elf lords in most matchups. He's just got a little bit of everything. One thing I would like to see as well as Tempest. I really don't think Shield of Sapphire is worth bringing over something like, what's it called? Soul Quench. Soul Quench is a pretty good spell, actually. It does pretty huge damage to stuff like skirmishers, as well as the Hobgoblin Wolf Raider Cavalry, and I know you've got other things that you can use against those types of units, like Silver Helms and whatnot, but you don't really want to spend a ton on Silver Helms in this matchup, because the Chowie are pretty good against cavalry in general. I mean, they've got, you know, all kinds of great tools, like even just Iron Demons and Infernal Guard Fireglaves, and really solid heavy infantry can just anchor endlessly against Silverhelm charges. Soul Quench is pretty good for breaking up even Chaos Dowie and Infernal Guard Fireglaves, because while it doesn't have a ton of AP on it, I wish I could just show it. I happen to go in here. Even though it doesn't have a ton of AP, it pierces through entire units really well. If you get side shots with Soul Quench down the length of a Fireglaive, you can take a bunch of HP off these guys. Or Chaos Warriors, and then the Spirit Lead, or the Melkoth's type effect that it imbues at the end is just icing on the cake. That little bit of extra damage that can, you know, kind of run your opponent haggard. Oceanids with White Lines of Trace anchoring the battle line right now for the High Elves. Little bit of damage in the Deathshriek rockets. Gotta keep an eye out on what they're targeting. If you need to, just hold spacebar and see what they're shooting at. And just be prepared to dodge. One of the best defenses against Deathstreak rockets, though, is to do exactly what's going on here and just rush into melee combat. Because the Deathstreak rockets are fairly accurate, but because they're airburst projectiles, I've seen them often shoot short and just absolutely obliterate their own guys. It's pretty hilarious. We'll see if that happens here. I don't know if it will, though. Kind of missing this White Lion over here. Eltharion, yeah, very good job. Just terror-routing the Hobgoblins. What he could do now is actually start looking to fly around the flank over here and look to potentially start trying to compromise the Deathstreak rocket launchers. I mean, they're definitely a very frustrating unit. There's 2 of them on the field. Normally, I wouldn't recommend going for any artillery dives. But once you start mopping up some of these Chaos Dowie infantry, your opponent's going to start bringing everything that he can away from the backline to try and salvage his positions up here. And Eltharion just needs a couple of hits to kill one of these things. Either that, or be looking to get your Illyrian Reavers on this side of the field around the flank and up onto a position where they can shoot the Deathstreak rockets relatively safely. Like from over here, where there's some forest cover. The missiles are going to have to come out of the reinforcement point, get all the way up to the edge of this forest before they can start shooting. You could very feasibly find a position to sit safely in and avoid a lot of that missile fire. Illyrian Reaver Cav and the Oceanids charging the Infernal Guard Fireglaze. 100 armor on these guys is going to be pretty ferocious and difficult to chew through. Yeah, and a good charge of the Oka Khan's boys into the Illyrian Reaver Archers right here, who, losing them, definitely very painful. There's not really a great spot to sit on this side of the field. The Infernal Guard Fireglaves are in a pretty close-in position for the Deathshriek's protection. War Lions of Trace coming up. Is this where we start to see the High Elves falling apart? There are still Chaos Dowie Warriors anchoring the points. There's a lot of White Lions of Trace. Oh my god, but Flames of Asgore. Oh, man. Oh, it's alright damage, actually. pretty fortunate for the High Elves that they didn't eat even more damage there. Eltharion really not doing a whole lot right now, and a lot of units getting pushed back for the High Elves. Those Death Shrieks are really starting to rack up some value now. I mean, it's been very slow going. Pretty inaccurate this game. But, I mean, with an Iron Demon running around in the field now, and with War Lions, excuse me, solid unit, not really built for fighting the Chaos Dowie with all these Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders that are running around. They don't have good armor at all. They are very, very vulnerable to getting rear charged by Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders, taking a bunch of damage, and they can also Terror out because they don't have any immunity to it. Rahagra's Pride, I think, is the better unit to run, and Eltharion is just going to start getting targeted by the Demo Rockets now, and Demo Rockets are very accurate against single entities they track. It's very hard to dodge them, even for a Flyer. Usually Flyers can dodge Demo Rocket a little bit better than other units could. Not really going too well here. There's just nothing that's been able to punish the Fireglaves, and zero movement to go after the Deathstroke rocket launchers. Like I said, normally you don't want to be going after artillery, but with 2 artillery pieces on the field, your opponent's going really heavy into value trading. And you need to find a way to take these offline so that you can get better and safer build-up to then go after what other elite units might be on the field. Filoni is playing great, though. All his games so far today have been excellent. And Stouffer's first 2 rounds were both very, very, very nicely played matchups. Like, very, very effective patient play, and not able to be patient at all here. Forced into a rush-type engagement, and that rush not going well for him at all currently. In fact, I don't think he's going to be able to continue the fight for much longer. Silverhelm is going around the flank, but there's nothing to distract the Fireglaves anymore. Like, there's no infantry that they have to worry about. There's really nothing stopping them from just getting posted up. Just get these a little farther forward and get the Fireglaves, like, posted up here and here. Just so they can, like, kind of cover these objectives. You can always summon out Hobgoblins to, like, protect the Fireglade, or the Deathstroke rockets from there. 1700 and 1600 Eltharion does not have any value to speak of. That is really painful, man. I actually think a Lithanar would have been a better option. We saw Lithanar last game. And a Lithanar would have been really good for poking the Deathstroke rocket launchers. He's got a lot of range. I'm pretty sure a Lithanar has 300 range. There weren't really many units that could screen him out either. You know, Lithanar can, like, stalk his way around the formation, get up on the flank, post up, drop some shots in the Moonbow into a Deathshriek, and then scurry away. He doesn't have to close that much ground. He can be used very safely to do that. And like I said, a Lithanar is not that expensive. He's gotten a lot of cost reductions over time. And then you can just bring like a cheap metal caster or Pit of Shades caster, something along those lines. Actually, I don't think you need a metal caster. Shadow's Magic, I think, would actually be the best bet. It could definitely go a long way for you. Fireborn are finally in. They're killing the Iron Demon, but I don't know how far that's going to really get the High Elves here. They still have to find a way onto the Deathstroke rocket launchers, and they got to deal with multiple Infernal Guard Fireglaves, who are now in a position to do exactly what I was detailing earlier, where they're covering approaches to objectives, and they can also still cover the Deathshrieks, who are really not that far away from them. We got a little bit of, like, crossfire that they can apply here, too, if need be. Rangers are being really mediocre as always, just an absolutely abominable unit. I just don't know why it is that they perform so badly into chaff units. Like, they should be able to beat the snot out of Sneaky Gits and Goblin Laborers, and yet, I think it's just because they are a little too expensive and really just not all that good in general. Like, their stats are just weak enough that they're not going to be making much of a difference, and Drazhoeth with his Demon Spike Crucible. Oh, he doesn't have the Demon Spike Crucible. Just a raw Overcasted Flames of Asgore one-shots the Fireborn. And that's all she wrote. I mean, that's just insult to injury. Silver Helms, I guess, got on the Death Shrieks, which is nice. Nah, there's no way it matters. I mean, Eltharian's also getting slapped up by the Infernal Guard right now. Drazhoeth even wants the heat here. 2,500 value on old Drazi, no less. He got some really fat value out of that one Flames of Asgore on the Fireborn. I mean, that got him alone probably close to 1,600 value, I would guess. Otherwise, he's mostly just been running around and bonking stuff on the head with his scepter. And a little bit of, like, value out of the other flames. Oceanids actually get hurt pretty badly by Flames of Asgore, apparently. Oh my god. Yeah, only got about 300 value out of that one. One Deathstreak rocket launcher down, the other one not long for this world. Infernal Guard doing big damage. To the Silver Helm. Silver Helm's about to break, and the Sneaky Git should be able to clean that unit up, and they do. Eltharian died, by the way. His broken and shattered body lying here. I mean, Eltharian can really work in this matchup, but if your opponent goes double Death Shriek, and you don't deal with them appropriately, he's pretty hard countered by the shooting of the Chaos Dowie. You gotta be very cagey with him and engage at the right moments to just, like, crush the artillery and then get after the missiles from there afterwards. Something that the High Elves could have thought about doing is going for a flank overload and just kind of giving up on the objectives early, like trying to cap this outside one with their Illyrian Reaver archers, and just sending all their infantry and Oceanids into the backline to try and get off on top of the artillery line while the front line of the Chaos Dowie was just waddling forward. I mean, it's very hard to reposition all that infantry. You might have been able to get back there in enough force to be able to overwhelm the Deathstreak rocket launchers. Then you can use Eltharian at will, and he can just absolutely farm value, dive bombing frontline positions. Great job by Filoni, though. I don't think Oceanids are very useful here either, and White Lines of Trace just showing, as always, they're an incredibly mediocre unit. They're just not strong, man. I think a Lithanar and a cheap caster could have been better. War Lines of Trace are a pretty solid unit here. Just more White Lines in reserve, though, I don't like. They just aren't that good. They really are, like, the pinnacle, shining example of mediocre as hell. They're so mid. Very rarely are they going to get much done. White Lines of Trace can be a good unit if they have a ton of heal support. It's really one of the few scenarios where they're going to be particularly valuable. Alright, we've got our semifinals games, so we're gonna be trying to roll through them. Yeah, Drazi said fire dead, in fact. God, he deleted them so hard. It's painful, man. You hate to see it too. I mean, the Fireborn are a really fun unit, but sometimes your opponent, I mean, they're going to call you out, especially the High Elves, who do have a tendency to bring fairly concentrated, like non-varied builds, I guess, is the best way of putting it. And if you get called out on that, then that can just be the end. Just hook, line, and sinker that you can just absolutely be hard countered and donezo. Very different build for this semifinals game. I think we'll get to that one after we watch Neeper and TL, because Wood Elves dominate the Vampire Coast usually. If Coast were able to use their mortars for an extended period this game, that could be a very different story, though. I just don't know if they will, because the Waystalkers are probably going to be able to Arrow of Kurnus down 2 of the mortar units. They may not have enough to be able to, they may not be able to shoot long enough to get the value that they need. Oh my god, a Vampire Fleet Admiral with Vangeist Revenge? Oh my god, what the hell? We're seeing all the stops getting pulled out. And we've got Aranessa with no net, just Manon's luck. I mean, Aranessa's a cool character. I'd just keep her in the trees. Don't let her out of the cage. Mortar losing 1 model. This mortar didn't lose a single one, though, which is kind of nice. We'll see how long that lasts. And the Waystalkers have 3 uses of this ability, and it's so good at killing artillery. It's too long range. 600 meters is really dumb. I'm sorry. There's no reason it should be that long range. Can we just make it like 300? I mean, all the other arrow type abilities, like Tall's Judgment, Volley of Dark Arrows, they're all 200 meters, some of them less even, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know, man. I mean, I guess that's just like a tabletop kind of deal, but I don't think it makes for very good balance in this game. You can see that they don't have a hard time at all closing ground. I mean, they're well within 300 meters as it stands currently. Just the fact that they can sit at the back of the map and immediately start dropping them when they come out of spawn is the big issue. Especially since in domination mode, you know, you get your abilities back when you resummon stuff. So, Waystalkers do get a little too far forward. They are getting tied up in melee, which is going to cause a little bit of trouble for them. Nevertheless, they can still use Arrow of Kurnus, and drops one here, takes out 2 of those mortars. Mortars on the other side, another one down. Yeah, man, they might even be able to, like, take this other mortar out here. Probably cumulatively have exactly 1 mortar left at that point. Undead are waddling forward and getting filled with arrows already. Depth guard on one side of the formation. Just a lot of Starfire shafts. Just 3 of them on the field. Or no, just... Oh yeah, there are 3. 2 of them are in somewhat of a position to start hammering the depth guard. Not that I think it's really even needed. Just the 2 Glade Guard over here are doing enough damage, and a Wilded Ranger coming over can easily clean up this already beat up Depth Guard. And the Night Terrors are a little immobile right now. This looks like it's going to be just a classic Wood Elves Coast game. Wood Elves are an archer faction supreme, and you can see just how easily they dominate the lightly armored undead here, man. A little bit of overlapping here with the formation from TL. Definitely don't want to be in that bad habit. Oh, Vanguard's Revenge! Yes! 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 Oh my god! Holy crap, dude. Oh, that was beautiful. How much value? 1,000 value Vanguard's Revenge is crazy business. Oh, look at the depth guard over here. Wow, they beat the snot out of these Dryads and the Glade Riders. Wildwood Rangers, though, are turning around now. That's going to be a pretty rough fight for the undead. Mortars are still going. The one mortar that's online, it's got 3 models. This one has 1. They're taking out some of the numbers. Emperor's Revenge are safe on the high ground, currently killing Drycha, I guess. Ooh, but the Starfire shafts are opening up on the Lamprey's Revenge. Yeah, Lamprey's Revenge just need to walk away here as best they can. Because they're going to get melted by the Starfire shaft fire, and they could sit and regenerate a little bit with their 11 models. Night Terrors are beating up on the Wildwood Rangers. It's not over for the undead. They got that big Vangeist and kind of got back in the game. I have a Glade Guard, or Glade Riders cleaning up back here. Depth Guard. Not going to do a whole lot. Scurvy Dogs getting run down by Glade Riders and Starfire Shafts are just barely hanging on here. Glade Guard are not terrible combatants either. They're not, like, great, but they're a solid enough hybrid that with how effective Dryads and the other mobility options for the Wood Elves are, they can oftentimes hold off Hound-type units long enough for the reinforcements to arrive and bail them out before they take ruinous damage. Which is kind of what happened there. And the Way of Stalkers, man, just being annoying as hell. I mean, they just Arrow of Currents to their way to 800 and 900 value respectively. They're poking the Fleet Admiral. Why do they get to shoot in melee combat, man? I mean, come on. I mean, it's a hard matchup, as is, but, you just really hate to see one faction getting, like, mechanics favored over the other so hard. Wood Elves are just a very, very, very powerfully designed faction, you know? And Coast is reasonably good against, a lot of stuff. But they're never as overwhelming, in my opinion, as the Wood Elves can be when a Wood Elf player just gets, you know, a good build into the right faction. They can just absolutely stomp you in a way that feels very unfun. Nieper won our hearts, though. He got a fat Vangeist, and that's all that really matters here. He's the people's champion today. But TL did play this very cleanly. I mean, he absolutely crushed the Vampire Coast here. Punished them so hard for their ill-advised advance into the teeth of all these archers. And the Bowmen have done swimmingly, pretty much across the board. One of the Glade Guard didn't really do a tremendous amount of damage, I guess, but does have quite a bit of ammo still, so I guess they have plenty of time to work down some deckhand mobs and gunnery mobs and the like. Aranessa hiding in the trees was certainly a choice. I don't know, man. I mean, it's better than running her around and her getting clocked by Arrow of Kurnus. Because Arrow of Kurnus is pretty good against characters as well. Like, not only does it counter artillery, also counters the heroes pretty hard. There's not a lot of counterplay to it for the Coast either. Arrow of Kurnus can actually be countered a little bit now, because it doesn't penetrate through cavalry models very well anymore. If you've got heavy cavalry, you can, like, camp your units inside. He gets another Vangeist off. It actually kills a bunch of Glade Guard over here. On his way out, he got that last little bit just to really put emphasis on it. Dude, oh my god, it barely clipped the unit. It took a ton of them down. Absolutely hilarious. More Vangeist, please. Can we have more of that?
I knew it.
One day it's gonna, at least in Silverhelm spam in that match. Yeah, I guess so. One day I'm gonna see Vangeist actually win a game. Every time I see people bring Vangeist, it's always a loss for the Vampire Ghost. Eventually, odds are that somebody is gonna figure out how to land a big one and, send their opponent packing by destroying their entire front line. If that was a single-casted Flames of Asgore, I don't even know what to say. Because from what I remember of using Flames of Asgore, the fire resistance of the Fireborn makes it so they don't get one-shot by flames. But maybe they were just really tight, especially tightly packed. This just does ridiculous damage anyways. Maybe they were just bunched up enough that the single cast just one-shot them. First I thought you were talking about the, Vangeist Revenge. But yeah, no, just, Flames of Asgore perfectly used on some Cav is something to behold, for sure. Best way to deal with Oceanids? I don't know, I mean, you did a great job against the Oceanids. Just don't freak out when you see them, you know? Just poke them at range, fight them in melee as best you can. I mean, you're just gonna have to deal with the fact that, the High Elves have a unit that's really good against your, infantry, don't have a lot of damage output. Infernal Ironsworn have magic attacks. They would very quickly kill an Oceanid, but they're really expensive, so... and they can't choose to fight the Oceanids either. Oceanids are just gonna walk away if they really wanted to. The best you can hope for is that you just, like, wear them out slowly over the course of a game, and, Fireglaves shooting at Oceanids if they don't have anything else to fire at is perfectly fine. Fireglaves are a faster firing gun than most. Every 9 seconds is actually pretty blistering for such a powerful missile unit. So even if they're not doing a ton of damage with each volley, at least each of those volleys is coming in pretty rapidly. So if you think about it, over the course of a minute, they're going to get off 6 volleys. 6 volleys should kill an Oceanid, or at least bring it down to a point where they're going to be pretty non-functional. Kadai Fireborn are not an anti-large unit, and they have very low melee attack compared to melee defense for the Oceanids, so I wouldn't use them against Oceanids. Oceanids can be killed by anti-large stuff, though. Just because they have 30% Phys Res doesn't mean that they're just, like, invincible. A Bull Centaur Render actually will have enough anti-large bonus with base melee attack to be hitting fairly often against the Oceanids. And, yeah, they've got 9,400 HP, but they don't have any armor, so all of the damage that gets around the Phys Res is just going straight into their HP pool. That's one of the methods. You can use a Death Shriek to, like, poke 1 or 2 bottles off of them at a time, just get them a little weaker and deal with them that way. Infernal Castellans won't do anything. I don't know, man. They're just a tricky unit for the Chaos Dwarves especially, because Chaos Dwarves are a really good shooting faction. They don't have a lot of magic missiles, though. You know, magic missiles are like the real punching power against Oceanids. I want to forget that these guys have fire resistance, too, so That's probably why the that's what's causing so many problems for the Fireglaves, because they have flaming attacks on their shots. So it's not that they're trying to poke through Fizz Res, Missile Res, and just those two. It's also another 20% fire resistance, so they're 70% resistant to missiles. So just don't even bother shooting them with Fireglaves then. Yeah, just Bull Centaur Renders are probably your best bet. I mean, they're not going to be bad against the Oceanids in melee combat. Like, they will do good damage. Fight is going way better already for the High Elves. Double Death Shriek is not really around to bully Eltharion in the same way. Gets a beautiful dodge there in the trees, and Frostheart Phoenix is going deep for the attack here on this Death Shriek. And Feloni doesn't really have much to defend it currently. It's a much bigger map than Road to Talabheim as well. And the spawns, you can see, are spaced out pretty crazily. Vanguards are very important on this map. There's not really anything great to summon out of Vanguard here that can do any damage to the Frostheart Phoenix. The most you could hope is to get a Hobgoblin Wolf Raider on top of the Phoenix and just occupy its attention. Easier said than done, because the Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders have awful leaderships, and they might just terror out if the Phoenix does any kind of damage to them in return. We see them coming in, and yeah, I'm going to charge into the rear of this beastie, but Death Shriek is being locked out of combat right now. It's allowing Eltharion to maneuver in, and he lands right on top of the Blazing Beards of Asherik, who only got off one blasting charge volley. Probably into the White Lions, if I had to guess, based on the amount of value that they've got. Oh, and they get hit by a huge Mistwalker Barrage, take a bunch of damage, and now get terror routed, and that's going to be a dead Blazing Beards right there. And the Oceanids are out in numbers, even more than last time. They were doing pretty well last time. Lion Chariot on the way in, going to be great against the Chaos Dwarf Warriors. A unit that I neglected to mention as being a pretty good option here for hammering down against the Chaos Dwarves. Another Mistwalker Barrage, another huge chunk of damage on infantry, and another immediate terror rout as a result, dude. This is exactly what I was expecting from Eltharion last game, where he did nothing. This time he's actually getting to land into the back of all these infantry units and just terror routing everything away. And it's definitely helping the White Lion line trade a little bit better. This time there's also Ship's Company here, just for some additional cap weight. Flames of Asgore going down, but nothing too meaty here. So, you know, old Drazi's not getting quite as much out of it this time. Oceanid Swarm up top is just rampaging through the Chaos Dowie army. Lion Chariot does get locked down, and Infernal Guard Fireglaves are doing some damage to this thing right now. Definitely a little ugly. Death Shriek Rocket Launcher dies to the Phoenix, though. I didn't keep a great eye on this back here, but it's got 1,400 value. Looks like this might be the second Hobgoblin Wolf Rider unit, unless they may have gotten terror routed and then rallied and are back in now. Yeah, that's actually what's going on. So there's 25 models killed here. These guys have lost 25 of their brethren. They probably terror routed, and then Frostheart Phoenix got on the Death Shriek again, killed it, and then they were able to get back on the Phoenix and pin it in place for a minute. Still alive and functional, though. It can definitely contribute a little bit more in this game, but I don't know if it's going to have to do a whole lot more. I mean, Traz Hoeth is completely caught out in the open here. Fully getting just brutalized by Eltharion. Oh, and he's got Arcane Forging this time. That would be why Traz Hoeth has been doing so much worse. Arcane Forging is an amazing single target spell. Foregoing the Tempest, which was useless last round, and hard countering that footbound character who has no way to stay 100 meters away at that point, and is just easy engagement bait for Eltharion. Now, he does get hit by a huge volley on the way out. Fireglaves, Wolf Boys, standard Wolf Raiders also shooting up old Eltharion. Oceanids, though. Oh, man. One pretty beat up Oceanid just going in to eat shots, and the Oceanids in the trees here very easily going to be able to ride down the flank and get on top of this Infernal Fireglaive whenever they want, and just push forward some ship's company, or get the Fireborn and the War Lions up onto the flank as well to counter the Fireglaves. You're really about the only position of strength left for the Chaos Dwarves now. They'll stand and fight for a little bit of time here, but they're going to be in a really tricky spot. They also are very heavily affected by leadership effects because they don't have ITP or anything. No frenzy and the like. So Oceanids who cause fear are stacking that on top of the Lord Dead penalty for minus 18, which is pretty substantial, even on 75 leadership. Oh my god, the double Oceanid Swarm. Just completely inundating these guys in melee damage. I mean, it's not like the Oceanids have a lot of AP, but they have just enough to be able to punch these guys down very efficiently with a full surround. White Lions of Trace holding up here didn't get their value, but what else is new? I swear they never get their value, but on a rare occasion. War Lions moving in. War Lions here getting a win just because they're frightening everything away, and these are bow raiders. Not nearly as dangerous in melee and on the charge as their more melee-oriented brethren, obviously. Cap up here for the Chaos Dowey, but the High Elves are moving in with a furious vengeance this game. Having absolutely zero mercy or compunction about just brutalizing Filoni's army this time around.
You have the foe's victory point.
And honestly, I do feel like this map was a little bit more favored, but look, you know, Filoni brought a build that was pretty similar to what you had last time, minus the Death Shrieks. And I do think the Death Shrieks are pretty crucial to your win last game. And your opponent just game planned your build. He adjusted just the one or two things that needed to be changed that he felt like could enable better execution and damage against your army, and he's been taking full advantage as a result. And I think the map, like I said, is just slightly better tuned for the High Elves. The spawns are farther back, which favors a quicker faction, which the High Elves certainly are. They've got way faster units across the board, pretty much. The objectives are fairly well spread out. I think maybe a little bit... No, they're about the same distance apart. It's just that the front to back of the map is way wider, and High Elves are mostly going to be able to reinforce faster. Coupled with the fact that they got a better engagement into the front line fights this time around, it was pretty much all they needed. And we'll fast forward through this one. Fireborn versus Kadai. They get wrecked by Flames of Asgore again. Oh my god. Alright. Poor Fireborn. They hold on a little bit better this time because they weren't that compact. So last time it was because they were just like stupidly tightly packed against the Chaos Dowey warriors they were on top of. Tear out and a little bit of damage. Another Flames of Asgore to nuke some White Lions of Trace. Drazhawith is finally getting some value. 2,300 on it. Just does so much damage with that one spell, dude. Kind of wild.
Has been destroyed.
Frontal Guard, blast the little chicken out of the sky. Poor Chicken Hawk is dead and gone. Talents Torquilita on the field just to poke some stuff. And the War Lions are just, Benny Hilling the poor hobgoblins in circles. Lion Chariots get back in randomly off the back of the map somewhere. I don't even know where they came from. Distract the Fireglaves enough for the White Lions, or the War Lions of Trace, to get a crushing rearward blow onto the poor Infernal Guard here. God, they look so cool with the green armor, man. It's beautiful. I love, love, love the look of the muskets they have. Super sick. Super cool. Yeah, the more limited White Lion core was way better here. Yeah, they didn't get their value back, but hey, you had more bodies to cap points with and distract your enemy's units. And the two that were on the field were respectable enough that they were holding out to the middle portion of the game when you could start getting ranger reinforcements and the rest of your like Oceanids and War Lions on the field. Yeah, amazing game by Stofers. Coming back with some Righteous Fury and getting himself into a very fascinating final that we will have coming up. We're final. Okay, they're still in the finals game, so we'll get another match in the meantime. Let's go get some, let's get like some round 4 or 5 games. Something along those lines. Let's see what we've got. Not a lot of anti-large does hurt the Chaos Dowie. Yeah, Oceanids really have kind of turned that matchup around, hasn't it? That used to be a very favorable matchup for the Chaos Dowie. You can definitely see in that one game how that was the case, because you really did beat the stuffing out of Stofers the first time y'all played. But outside of those death shrieks, man, you don't really have a whole lot going for you. You could maybe run an Iron Demon out onto the field sooner, and use it with Hellbound to maybe try and chip damage off of the Oceanids. It's an option. Whoa! Whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay, we were gonna watch High Elves Vampire Counts, but I'm sorry, there's a Dreadquake Mortar sighting in the area, and, I'm getting word from the station that we have no option but to cover this for the cool factor. Thank God for coffee. It is the life-sustaining force for me.
Daula estimas disparat, iskubelu magraftia.
Strugoth Ironhand is chilling here. He's going to be rocking forward with a bunch of Chaos Dowry Warriors on this side of the field. Blazing Bears of Basharik and the Kadai are hiding in the trees. Hiding. Temporarily becoming Irish for a second there somehow. Astrogoth has Flamestorm and his Black Hammer item, which is really strong for these duels, man. He will absolutely crush Noctilus in the head-to-head. Noctilus is not a bad choice, though. He's got some teeth against the Chaos Dowie. Just because he can fight down Kadai okay and pull Centaur Renders. He's not bad for just sitting on a point and anchoring some like deckhand mobs or something on top of them. Just to protect him some. And as long as he engages Astrogoth without Black Hammer of Hashut activated, he can fight fairly evenly against him. Just because Noctilus does have Invo, and Invo will save his bacon if he can disengage and get a nice full heal out of it. So, oh, the Dreadquake Mortar! Holy smokes, the deckhand mob! Down to less than half HP from one shot. This one looks like it's going to be missing pretty bad. It clips the edge of the formation, slowing him down and whatnot. Not that impressive, though. Ooh, and going for the gunnery mobs back there. And this is going to be a really nice frontline engagement for Filoni. He's got the very decisive edge here with just superior infantry on the way in. He's got a bunch of Chaos Dowie Warriors just going to beat the snot out of all these deckhand mobs. Just aren't going to be able to do much of anything. Kadai being pulled back is the right call. Blazing Bears don't need to use depth charges on, or not depth charges, but blasting charges on any of this stuff. And the Dreadquake Mortar is dismantling entire units back here. I keep missing each of the shots, man. This one getting pretty good impact on the edge of that deckhand mob. Few orc labor casualties. Interns down. Somebody send in the medics. They need help. Oh, and a brutal bit of damage on that gunnery mob. What the hell happened to those guys? Oh, Flamestorm. For sure. Such a big map. So much happening everywhere on the field. Kind of missing out a little bit. Carronade gets in range of the Dreadquake Mortar and gets a little bit of revenge on it. Definitely putting it in the danger zone. It's going to have to pull back for sure. Carronade could scoot forward. Dreadquake Mortar is so slow, but barely able to get out of range of the Carronade before it gets the follow-up shot off. So, old Noctilus is anchoring on top of the Lamprey's Revenge, which is all well and good. Ogre Khan's Wolf Boys could get into a position to start hammering those guys. Blazing Beards of Basharik have taken a lot of damage here. Probably from a Pit of Shades from Noctilus. It does have a lot of value all of a sudden. Man, I keep missing everything. I'm just so off on this one particular game. Everything is happening so helter-skelter right now. Dreadquake Mortar missing another shot. It's got 700 value. Honestly, 700 value is more than I've seen a Dreadquake get in some games where it's used a lot more ammo. These things are crazy inaccurate sometimes. Carronade is going to kill the Dreadquake pretty quickly. It's down to about half HP. One final shot at the very least coming in here. Looks like it's going to land pretty square. Ooh, nice damage. Deckhand mob getting chunked down there. Only 800 value, though. Another nice Pit of Shades from Noctilus. But look at Astrogoth in here, doing what I figured he would with and going full hammer time right now. smashing Noctilus pretty hard. He can sit in here and fight Lamprey's Revenge. He's got enough infantry here, he'll be okay. Oh, they do get terror routed, though. That's really painful. Those Sirens coming in clutch right now. Flamestorm going down on the Lamprey's Revenge. It's not really going to do a lot of damage to the Lampreys per se. It's enough, though, that it will tickle them and keep them from healing effectively. And then Astrogoth, with each of his subsequent blows with his hammer, he does have the flaming attacks and magic damage at base. Those flaming attacks going to punch through the regeneration really nicely with the 20% extra damage. Dreadquake Mortar got another shot off and did finish off this deckhand mob here. It's just been a full, brutal grind over on this point here. Wraithstorm doing damage to friend and foe alike. I think the Lamprey's Revenge actually took quite a bit of damage from that ability. So Hobgoblins chilling in the trees. Oglicons have really not been doing a whole lot. Sirens moving over. Chaos Dowie Warriors being run off the field. Kind of painful, but Kadai Fireborn are coming in, and there's really not much here, to be quite honest, for the coast. I mean, they're not even taking the point. And this Iron Demon has been pretty rock solid. The animated Hulks are getting run down. The Sirens are on death's bed as well. Night Terror is about the only thing to anchor on here. And they will do some good work for sure, but this Iron Demon is not really in that much danger from Warngools. I don't know why Iron Demons are so hard to hit in melee for some units. But Mournghouls, I found, are actually quite terrible at going after Iron Demons. Really what you want to do is use the handguns to kill that Iron Demon. You can see that they're the ones putting some of the pressure on the Kadai and the Iron Demon here. Brutal Flamestorm, though. Takes them down to less than half health. Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders take out that mortar, and another one is taking out the Carronade. That is a big loss for Neeper, and you can see a huge wave of reinforcements moving in now. Hobgoblin Sneaky gets going around the flank, and that middle objective is wide open. Filoni already has the value lead, and it's going to start widening even more here in a moment. Astrogoth is just jumping around in here. No fears at all. Just hammer time all over the place. And him and Noctilus are pretty even for value. Slight edge to Astrogoth is going to come down to who wins this duel here, I think. Who walks away as king of the castle at the very least. Honestly, if Astrogoth dies, it's very winnable for the coast. Losing Noctilus would not be quite as bad for the coast for obvious undead-related reasons, but still don't want to lose him if you can help it. Astrogoth's quite caught up in there, though. But this big wave of infantry that the Sneaky gets, swarming over the number 2 objective, they're going to steal that so fast. And that is a really nice Flamestorm. Disrupting a lot of these units. It does look like it staggers Mournghouls. Yeah, this Vortex staggers Mournghoul models. I think doing just enough to allow Astrogoth to escape out of here, and he is rinsing the Sirens and that deckhand mob in equal measure. Nuked horrifically. 3,300 value on Astrogoth. Way ahead of Noctilus in the head-to-head now. Chaos Towie Warriors desperately trying to get away from the Mournghouls. Wolf Raider Spears coming in. What you want to do here, all you need to do here is get old Astrogoth over there and boop, boop. Get the sandwich and you kind of win that fight. Sneaky gets on the way over. Fellbat's going to get hit by the little javelins. Actually taking a lot of damage. Sneaky get the attack order too. Good heads-up play from Filoni to recognize that that's an option. And dragging those guys down. Scurvy Dogs up here not going to be very effective against the Oglicons boys. Oglicons Wolf boys are an actually decent combatant. The Hobgoblins normally are just relying on their charge bonus and the Cowardly Despoilers to get value. But Oglacons can actually sit and fight on top of an objective for a little bit against something like a Hound unit at the very least. Mournguls get absolutely crushed out here. The Chaos Dowey Warriors take a lot of damage, but with Astrogoth, with the Wolf Raiders, they're able to win that fight, and Hobgoblin's going to move over to the number 1. There's nothing defending there now. Oh, man. Neeper, why did you move off that point? Fought so hard for it. Now he's just going to give it up for free. Night Terrors, though, do maneuver over. They're looking to get in a position to get behind the Wolf Raiders, it looks like. Maybe frostbite them into immobility. These guys also have, just like Race of the Frozen Heart, that Wood Elf ROR, they've also got Chilling Aura on top of Frostbite, so very hard to escape from. Undead slowly pushing down the number 2. It's not going terribly over there. But they just can't get any movement on the number 3 right now. They're not really winning on the number 2 either, at least not quickly enough for what they need to get done. Oh my god, and another Flamestorm is going to brutalize the deckhand mobs. Man, these Flamestorms have been vicious. I mean, they've been, like, locked onto the Vampire Coast Infantry. They've been following them pretty merrily and heartily, just really not letting up on the damage. This one misses more than any of the other 2 have. Or at least the other 2 I've seen. There have been like 3 or 4. No, there have been 5. The first 2 took out handgunners, and then the third one we saw over on this objective that cleared a lot of bodies, and then the last one killed a bunch of Sirens and deckhand mobs. So this 5th one over here is the only one that's really missed. And that tracks, because, yeah, he's just running Flamestorm. He might even have another one in the back pocket. It's 13 WOM for each one. And it's really good at base, just because of how long it lasts. You don't really even need to overcast it. Overcasted Flamestorm is kind of ridiculous, because it lasts for 54 seconds, literally almost an entire minute, of just pure pandemonium with like a wild, randomly moving vortex on an objective. Can be pretty awesome, but it's almost always overkill. You just use the standard version and Prophet. It does plenty of damage. It lasts long enough. It's got enough AP to be useful even against like somewhat elite infantry. It's really quite nice. This is a summoned deckhand mob from Noctilus, not an actual unit, so you're not going to see any value for Astrogoth from using it there, but he's got 4K anyways, just because he's beaten the snot out of our boy here. And you can see pursuit shenanigans ensuing. I don't know why Astrogoth is not hitting Noctilus right now, but he's apparently completely incapable of doing so. Mortar comes out, but the undead attack on the number 2 objective peters out because they just can't divide their attention the way they need to between the objectives right now. And at this stage, even if they get the number 3 up here, which it looks like they very well could, I don't even know if they'll be able to cap it in time for 1. 2, it's not going to matter because there's too much on the number 2 objective on the low ground here. So, very nicely done by the Chaos Dowey. They fought a beautiful attritional game over on the number 1 and just completely gassed out Neeper. And then Filoni did a great job of managing his reinforcements, man. The only time, Filoni, I've been skeptical of your reinforcements decision turned out to, one, not be one I should have been so worried about. Really, it was really just about how much supply you were floating. Floating almost 3K in that first game that we watched, but turned out to not be a problem, so hey, don't knock it if it's working, right? It was pretty neck and neck on Noctilus and Astrogoth value until the end of the fight off on that forested objective. At which point Astrogoth just went freaking Super Saiyan, for lack of a better phrase, and just completely took over that game. He ended up getting another like 2k value. And Noctilus was still hovering with only like 100 extra. Which is just, you know, not good enough. You need so much more from your Lord, especially in a matchup against a faction that's got a similarly strong character on the other side. You really need to be able to keep pace on some level to keep the game even. And Pit of Shade's a great spell, but it's a static vortex and doesn't last nearly as long as Flamestorm, which Flamestorm is way better against the mass numbers and bodies of the undead than Pit of Shades is against a faction that, yeah, can bring elite infantry, but doesn't have to, and has plenty of middle-of-the-road, like, cheaper heavy infantry that do honestly just as well in the frontline fight as their more elite stuff would. And it's just not at risk of like bleeding as much value to like artillery or the spell casting. Ironically enough, I think Vangeist's Revenge might have been a pretty good choice for spell casting there. Yes, Wood Elves versus High Elves. I guess so. That's a pretty good point. Absolutely based paraplegic showing able-bodied undead man the true power of his mobility aids. It's kind of beautiful if you think about it. Yes, thank God for coffee. For real, man. Yes. These two fought earlier, didn't they? At the very beginning, basically. Yeah, it was, Stouffer's won that with Elithanar, but Shadow Warrior build. And both players have mixed up the build this time. Instead of a Waywatcher line, we get a bunch of Glade Guard. Like, Glade Guard line is always pretty reliable and solid, but very different from that first game that we saw. Probably expecting that Stouffer's would go for something, you know, like what he did in the first game, but instead we get the Lothern Seaguard shields and archers with a bunch of ship's company and just a random regular spearman in front. One Silver Helm with shields and Elithanar. I love Elithanar. For a while, I honestly thought he was pretty terrible, but he's actually not bad in some matchups, and especially in these ranged duel type of games. He's actually quite useful. The Moonbow is a really strong Arrow of Kurnus type ability. It's just a single shot, though, but it does really good damage against just about anything you use it against. Best against single entities. Not so good against, like, multi-model units, like Firebark Elders, for example, but if you can pop Drycha in the face with the Moonbow, that would be pretty gigantic. Do a ton of damage to her. Shooting the Firebark Elders anyways, oh, and the Moonbow against them, yeah, just not really doing much. It doesn't penetrate through them. It does kill a couple of models, though, which is nice. Still would rather shoot Drycha with it, I guess. But if you shoot Drycha, the problem is that you start charging up her Fanatical Resolve, which is just a ridiculous ability, period. I mean, it's so strong. And she does have some missile and physical resistance. She's actually got the Fang of Talroth, which is a really fun item for her. If you spell spam with Drycha and you have this, it increases cooldowns in all your opponent's magic and abilities. And High Elves are pretty reliant on both, so it's an interesting choice. See how it pays off over the course of our long game here. Branch Wraith with Earthblood, actually dropping an Earthblood on Drycha and the Firebark Elders, but a lot of that healing going to waste because they just lost the models outright. And you can even see, yeah, the Earthblood goes in and does 0 to heal these guys up. Same with the Dryads, because this is all damage from a Lithanar, and he's killing models outright, not leaving anything to be healed. So, TL, I don't think, realizes how much of his own magic is wasted there. Very aggressive fight to take against the Glade Riders, these Illyrian Reavers, but I think it's okay. I mean, the Silverhelms are going to get a beautiful charge against the Dryads here. Smacking face first into them, not doing nearly as much with the collision damage as I thought they would. Oh, look at the Illyrian Reavers coming to sandwich from the other side. Honestly, I mean, they're on the way out anyways. Why not? Just, like, bring the Glade Riders to the Silverhelms. Silverhelms crush Glade Riders, by the way. It's absolutely hilarious how lopsided of a fight it is. Lothern Sea Guard and the archers over here are getting overwhelmed by the Glade Guard line. I mean, the Glade Guard, there's so many Glade Guard. I mean, they're inevitably going to outshoot you if you're at a deficit in terms of numbers. And I mean, there's only 2 of those, or 3 guys here. They gave as good as they got, though, I would say. They've weakened quite a few of the Glade Guard across the field. And now the High Elves are actually in a pretty interesting position. I would not be moving out over here. I would keep 1 ship's company here. And another, like, here. Just a guard while the Lotherns and the archers are just set up right there. You have a few infantry units to defend at that point, and you would still have 1 to, like, get up on this point if need be. You've got all these Silverhelms here, and the Silverhelms are grinding down most of the bodies. The Dryads are on their last legs. Glade Riders aren't going to be able to hold that much longer, and Ship's Company can really disrupt this formation just by moving right up here and forcing back 2 Glade Guard. And then these other Glade Guard on the side here, they either get cleaned up by the Silverhelm before the Wild Hunters of Kurnus can adequately deal with them, or the Wild Hunters of Kurnus are distracted fighting the Silverhelms, and the Archer and the Lothern Sea Guard are able to finish them off. Yeah, Ship's Company moving forward, and this Glade Guard are going to have to start moving or they end up in combat. And Ship's Company are not a great unit, but they will beat a Glade Guard, no problem. They've just got way better stats. Not by a wide margin, but enough of one that they should be fairly reliable at getting the edge there. Silverhelm's going for a deep, wide flank and overrunning the back line here. Ship's Company not really in a position to do a whole lot. I mean, they can push forward and just, like, occupy the Glade Riders, I guess, or something. But really, the long and the short of it is that the Archer line and the Lothern Sea Guard line, with just big walls of infantry in front of them, are doing what often is done to the Wood Elves, and what the Wood Elves struggle against the most is defending against this kind of a push. Wood Elves are very lightly armored, and they hate firing into shields. And they suffer tremendously in the return fire game, because they also, like all elf factions, are quite squishy. They just also happen to be a little bit squishier in this matchup because Lotherns are, of course, a very long-ranged bow unit that has a shield. And that makes for a really nasty backbone of a unit. I mean, Lotherns can also hold their ground against Dryads. Dryads have pretty good stats, but Lothern Sea Guard with shields have 52 melee defense with martial prowess active. And Dryads with their 33 melee attack do not break through Lotherns quickly enough. They have a really hard time closing ground to get, like, a decisive edge in a fight. And yeah, look at this, man. Glade Guard pushed back, and some rallying Silverhelms. 19 Silverhelms get a beautiful charge right up into the back of this Glade Guard unit and do some huge damage to them. A lot of spears on this point, a very healthy spear unit up on there, in fact, and another Silver Helm on the way in, just to clean up these Glade Guard who don't have any protection. This is value central, just to like clean up all three of those units. And the Wood Elves, they get a little bit of push off on this side now. They are able to run down the one Lothern Sea Guard here. They get this Archer, Race to the Frozen Heart, doing some great work right now, but how long is that going to last if more Silver Helms come in? Because Silver Helms are a pretty decisively advantaged unit in this matchup, because they beat everything short of the Wild Hunters of Kurnus in melee. And I guess Eternal Guard with the AP Spears. Great play from Stofers, cleaning up everything on the outside here. God, Stofers went from, I think, only winning one game last week to seemingly being in a position to win the entire tournament. Get a Lithanar out of here. A Lithanar has done his work. He's got 1,300 value. He should just run away and try and get his last few shots off and just hide for the rest of it. Not really any reason to leave him engaged against Trycha. I mean, Trycha is a little too much in melee for him to handle. She's just really disgusting when she starts getting Fanatical Resolve up. She may not have a ton of melee defense, but it's enough against a character like a Lithanar to cause him some serious problems, and you can see how quickly she beats him down. Wood Elves, though, can't grab that number 2 objective. They're just not able to steal it away, and yeah, here come Illyrian Reavers to get into the Glade Riders, who missed their charge. TL not quite up to snuff with some of these micro plays. 1,000,000 spears, a staunch wall of spears on the number 3 objective. Definitely going to lock that one down. Archers are moving up just to shoot the Wildwood Rangers, and Spearmen are holding their own here. They haven't really done a lot of damage, but this is a 900 gold Wildwood Ranger versus a 500 gold Spearman. They've been wet noodling for God knows how long now. A good, like, minute, close to a minute and a half at this point. With the Archers overlapping a little bit of fire, and they're really quickly evening that out to be a really bad trade for the Wood Elves. Nice Melkoths on the Illyrian Reavers. I don't know, though, man. I mean, the Wood Elves need a lot of bodies to start capping up these points. They are getting some War Dancers out. Maybe War Dancers in the late game could be the tool that gets the hard wood into a winning position. Firebark Elders have been really, really good here in the mid to late game. They've anchored so nicely on top of these Wraiths. And Illyrian Reavers are just dive bombing them and getting punished very appropriately for their efforts. I mean, there's just nothing that you can do to stop their momentum right now, because just so heavily armored. You know, 90 down to 68, but they've got really solid stats thanks to the Fanatical Resolve going right now. Extra weapon strength. They got the physical resistance as well. Some fire resistance. They're imbuing it around to everybody. Immune to psychology is really nice. Are the Wood Elves going to find a way to pull this one out? You got the War Dancers really deep setback here. Get the Archers to turn and start hitting these War Dancers, please. Wood Elves have made a big mistake with what they did here. They moved everything off this point, and 2 spears move over. More accurately, a very beat-up ship's company, and 1 spear moves over. Are they going to steal it in time? I think the Branch Wraith is going to delay just long enough. Indeed it is. War Dancers did do some nice damage to the Lotherns here, but they get run down by the Illyrian Reaver charge from the rear. Brutal damage. Fire Mage coming out. Mage finally coming out onto the field. for Stouffer's. He just had a Lithanar for a majority of this match. Oh, and a Silver Helm. Silver Helm for the win. Gonna get a downhill charge against that Dryad on the other side of the field. Double Spear should be able to hold this point for a good long while. Still have to clean that unit up. It won't take long, though. How are you gonna do here, Silvers? Yeah, good impact. About 1,000 HP off the Dryads. Actually, a really good move to cycle charge here. I'd just ignore the middle. All you want to do in the middle right now is just pin all this stuff up. And just use your Silver Helm out here to, like, cycle charge all this stuff to death. Because you can delay here. You can keep everything pinned up on the middle and just use your Silver Helms to retake this back point. You don't want to get involved in a scrap around Drycha. That's a really nice Earthblood. The Earthbloods have been really good this game. Branch Wraith has 1,000 value on its own. Probably a lot of that from beating up a Lithanar. Silver Helms get an okay charge, but I don't... There's so many bodies here, man. It's just a really, really ugly, scary fight. Whoa, look at the Wraiths breaking the Fire Mage. Oh, that's a big loss for Stouffer's. There's no way this guy's escaping. He just got 14 speed with the Wraiths all over him. I guess you could bring something over to break their leadership, perhaps. No, don't move off this point, Stouffer's, please. Yeah, fresh Silver Helm moving in. Double Silver Helm against Wild Hunters of Kurnus should be a winnable fight. Good charge of the Wild Hunters of Kurnus, but their flank is so open to this other Silver Helm. Carrying home the charge and getting a little bit of damage. That Fizzer is coming in clutch right now for the Wild Hunters of Kurnus, though. Oh my god, is TL gonna gut out a win here somehow, some way? Oh, the Silver Helms falter with the Glade Riders getting home and doing just enough damage. Wow, I think losing a Lithanar and this Fire Mage being broken for so long, I think is going to lose Stouffer's this match. All is not lost, though. Although it is getting increasingly precarious. Silver Helm on the other side of the field here. There is the Burning Heads available. One fat Burning Head could win this game for Stouffer's. Oh, the Glade Riders are going for the cap. He moved all his spears off. No. Get them back over there, please. You've got to hold at least one objective. I know you need a second, but moving both spearmen off was not a great idea. Although Illyrian Reavers come out and will be able to carry home the charge against the Glade Riders, unless TL notices this immediately and gives a nice charge order over, the Illyrian Reavers are going to win this decisively. They do slightly outstat and outperform Glade Riders, and with the benefit of a charge against an opponent that was not prepared for this, it's looking kind of iffy. Silver Helms up against Wild Hunters of Kurnus once again. Wild Hunters of Kurnus getting a lot of value here. Ooh, and a nice sandwich with these very beat-up Silver Helms against this Dryad. Could break this unit here. Maybe. Oh, and the Burning Head. Burning Head is going to roast all the cavalry. Oh, you could see a last-second retreat being ordered. God, that is actually so juicy. Is it going to get all these guys? Oh, it's going to go right down the pipe. Oh, my goodness. Oh, the Glade Riders and the Wild Hunters of Kurnus were barely able to skirt that. Wow, and the Silver Helms actually broke because of the leadership penalty from being burnt, perhaps. Oh, does it imbue burnt, though? It doesn't say it does, so maybe it didn't. I don't know, but, yeah. I mean, the mage got some okay value there, but, oh, he wanders into Drycha again. Drycha is anchoring so well on this point. Oh, and she brutalizes the Fire Mage, and Silver Helm comes in. Outnumbered pretty significantly here, though. Dryads on the way in. Wildwood Rangers slow walking that number 3 point. Yeah, dude, just fighting over this middle point is just not the way. It has been fruitless this entire match. Over and over again. Firebark Elders, Drycha, and the Branch Wraith have just broken all of these engagements. Just wide open in favor of the Wood Elves. Ton of spears coming out. Oh my god, this game is so freaking close. But TL wins on the double cap. Is he going to be able to hold it? I think Stouffer's really missed out on the opportunity earlier with beating down on the Dryad with his Silver Helm, which could have just cycle charged it to death. Just like 2 or 3 subsequent charges would have gotten it low enough that he could have just sat on the point with his Silver Helm, capped it up. And then, you know, it would have been all about Drycha, like, maneuvering around in the open field where, yeah, she's kind of quick, but she's not fast enough to cover all the ground between these points over and over and over again. Spearmen are going to take too long to get up to that point. The middle is too firmly held, and Wildwood Rangers getting over here, adding their cap weight, gonna get that triple cap just to put a nice little bit of punctuation on this game, and TL is somehow walking away with a win. Beautiful play with his Lord in the mid to late game. Absolutely crushed it with his engagements. Stouffer's the one thing, man, you lost to Lithanar when you could have just pulled him back, and you fought for way too long around Drycha. You cannot discount Fanatical Resolve. It is a fat buff. It is absolutely crazy how much punching power it gives to anything standing around her. You have to respect the space that she occupies. If you can't snipe her, don't even bother. That's really the only piece of advice that I can give you there. You played the early engagements so well. You crushed the Glade Guard line. Your Archer line got so much more value, but then, in the later stages of the game, those Spearmen really weren't up to snuff. The Illyrian Reavers and the Silver Helms got okay value, but you didn't have anything that could really just outright crush something with one solid charge. The Fireborn being saved up for over the Mage. Honestly, the magic wasn't even important in this match for the High Elves. Didn't really need it. Could have brought it in as your first summon, and then just gone for multiple Silver Helms and then saving up for the Fireborn. Might have been the best strategy, excuse me. I can't even say that with 100% certainty, though, because it was just such a close game. The only thing that I can certainly say is that engaging on top of Drycha as many times as you did was definitely where you were losing out on value pretty horrifically. Amazing tournament. Honestly, the best one we've had in quite a while. That was a freaking... that was a showdown and a half. No shot, dude. Awesome stuff from everybody involved. Got a really late night tournament. I might enter into that and just play a few rounds. It's cool though. Okay. Well, I think I'm going to leave it off here, guys. I really hope that y'all enjoyed the tournament today. I certainly did. Great matches, wire to wire. I'm going to try and do some standalone casts a little bit more. I'm back at work, so I don't really have time to do, like, streams, but, you know, maybe towards the evenings I can find a little bit more of an opportunity to throw out a little something. Just a few times over the course of a week. We'll see about it. But until then, I hope you guys enjoyed. I certainly did. I'll catch y'all next Saturday at the very latest. Until then, guys, y'all take care. Peace out. I'll see you then.